Hello to whomever is here. I figure we have some decent night owls around. Hi, Miss Cat Cat. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry I didn't text you, but I thought I was going to be leaping on much faster and that it wasn't a fair notice. Um, but in future, I'll text you ahead of time. I just wasn't really sure if I was going to make it like I thought I was aiming to. So I didn't want to be like, be on guard and get ready for me to do nothing. That seems like that would suck. So anyway, on once I get better at coming back with regularity and figure out sort of a system for things, I promise I'll give you way better notice and all of that jazz. Thank you for saying no biggie. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, let's move this. Okay. Take a look here, darling. Okay. I cannot stream on other app, and I don't really know many folks, but I am going to send like a private message to like one of them really quick here. Okay, here. Okay. Hey, Joe, love.
Hello.
I don't know if it's me or I think it's you. Your mic has a lot of hot fuzz going on.
Oh, does it? I've been having problems with this headset all day. Hang on, huh?
Okay.
I don't know if it's this fan probably is part of the problem. So I'm going to move it. Any change?
Yeah, already way better. It was just like super like white noisy and
Okay.
chopping stuff up, but now it's not.
Okay, fantastic. I am. Hi, how are you?
Well, soon she's going to be sitting on the same side as us the majority of the time she's here. I
Okay,
think I told
great.
you that, right? Didn't I mention? I mentioned that to you.
You did. Yes, you mentioned it briefly.
That she's gonna be an awesome lady who tells the truth to people, including me. Including me, like, girl, you've been talking way too long, girl. Ooh, girl, too long. Ooh. I knew that this would be a weird time of day to start. I knew that this would be a weird time of day to start.
What's going on here?
That was me accidentally looking at something on my phone, and then I heard
Oh,
myself,
I see.
and I suck.
You do not. I think you should consider giving like a singing reading.
I don't know about that. I'm gonna turn the screen on though because I figure this. I figure if we don't have many people here, which is fine, 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 I could organize a pick a card. I also owe, I think, Kat some time, but I think I owe you private time more than anything else. Isn't that right? I don't like how big my arms are, but I get really hot when I read, so I'm not sure what to do about it.
Just be comfortable, I guess.
So I've also decided that because I love, I absolutely have a shoe collection that I adore, but because of my health problems and stuff, and the fact that I go nowhere, right? I don't use them often, and so I decided. Oh, I've popped something else up on my screen that I don't know what that is. Okay, there we go. I've decided I'm going to do like how some people do like an outfit of the day. Now, what is this? Connection is fairly good if you're on Wi-Fi. That's weird. Okay. Um, I'm just going to always have some people do like an outfit of the day or whatever. I'm going to always, no matter how else the rest of me looks, put on a pair of shoes, whatever shoes, like either sort of semi-match or, or, just make me feel happy that day. Because if, the goal is to manifest more joy and more happiness, the way you do that is by appreciating the joy, happiness, and stuff that you already have. That's one of the easiest ways anyway, right? Is you keep your focus on the joyful things, the delightful things, and then it generates more of those. So anyway, these are the shoe of the day. They've got a clear heel, and it's a block heel. I think they're about 3.5 inches or 4 inches, no platform. They have these weird little lacy things here. And then they zip up the heel so that they don't fall off and so that you don't have to worry about a buckle. Here's the other one. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to like use a GoPro for this if I'm gonna enjoy my shoes. But here they are. Whee!
It's a nice fiery bright red.
That's right. Shoe sizes never change. I love that's something that Toni Collette's character talks about in that movie with Shirley MacLaine and Cameron Diaz. Um, I can't remember what it's called, but I really loved that movie actually. And she talks at length about how she, works really hard. She's an attorney, but she never has time to take care of herself or exercise or whatever. And shoes are the one thing that never disappoint her, right?
So at what age does your foot reach its final size?
Well, actually, it depends on who you are.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I could toss it over my shoulder. Wee! I got my chin and my boobs. And hello. Oh, a million people want a reading and they want to pay me $1,000 each. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
That's like that 60s comedy Get Smart. He had a
Yeah,
phone
he
shoe,
had a shoe
a shoe
phone, too,
phone.
didn't he? I don't know if I can do my left as well. Oh, it's also because of the way I'm sitting. But anyway, for now, we'll just bring Lefty up here. I wonder if I could. This is
Oh
not
my.
really what I was planning on doing. But yes, with EDS, I can toss them over my shoulder. Partially. Partially. Was that the bird upstairs at your house, Joe?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's awake apparently.
Wasn't that him?
Oh no, the bird. No, that was Oz.
Okay. Oh yeah, I knew I heard clickies, right? And for some reason, my brain, well, because of this lady here, my
Yeah,
brain thought about
yeah. Oz is
bird.
my house lizard.
Duty genetics. I said I can still do this. Did you do the leg thing, like when you were at the doctor's office? I know I did the right leg at the doctor's office. Actually, I think I did both because it was several years ago. I think I leaned forward and did both at the same time after they did the 9-point test or whatever, the ones with like the where your thumb touches your wrist, foot to nose. Boop. Some people do this for the sobriety test. Kat and I go, oops. Now, Joe, you don't have EDS. Can you touch your foot to your nose?
Um, yeah.
Okay.
One is a little easier than the other, but I could do both.
I wasn't sure if it was like a. I mean, plus you studied a lot of Tai Chi and stuff.
But I'm nowhere as flexible as I was 100 years ago when I started that stuff.
Foot to nose. The only thing on the test I couldn't do, actually, I can't put this thumb here, which is interesting because it was always the most flexible, but at a certain point, I injured tendons here and broke bones, and the scar tissue has done something to my ability to stretch that item now. How have your last few days been, Kat? I had been hoping to stream the day after we talked, and Joe can attest this. Um, I got hit hard by the pain fairy, just in general, but also there was at least one. I think there were two migraines. I can't remember. Were
There
there
was
two?
more than one.
And like, and Kat, because pain, right? And um, medicated pain and all this kind of stuff. I was crying a lot from the pain. And I mean, maybe Joe feels like I do that all the time. I don't know, but I feel like I don't ever. And
No, you have to be in really, really bad shape to give some sort of reaction because you're a high functioning pain person. You could be in a lot of pain and nobody else would know unless they know your very, very subtle giveaways.
that's how I feel about it. But I guess, I'm never sure like how other people experience it, because I know sometimes I go like, but like that's sort of halfway to be silly, right? But this was like real, like crying and flopping around. And so, I mean, excessive gross levels of like self pity, which was, I don't know. Poor Joe just didn't have any fun, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay, good. I just went into YouTube to look. I wanted to make sure you were at least a mod on that side, Miss Cat, and you are, which is good. Yeah, I don't, but thank you for saying sorry, but it was one of those things where I brought it up around you because I don't know really what caused it. I mean, I know I did one stupid thing. Like the very day I resumed my normal medications and stuff, I flipped a queen mattress by myself and then did a handful of other things when I probably shouldn't have really been walking much yet, even. So some of it was that, but then I don't know if it was barometric pressure. I sometimes think barometric pressure is responsible for way more things than even like your standard like cold front, because there's so many days where it comes from like you can tell the pain is being like motivated by the atmosphere, but you don't have particularly bad or good or wild weather or whatever. And so barometric pressure has a lot to do with it. Like I think they'll be learning a lot in the years shortly after we all die about barometric pressure and pain and stuff like that. Last time I talked to Kat, she got her neighbor's groceries delivered to her on accident, really late at, well, I mean, not late at night like our time, but late at night, like for grocery delivery, sort of.
Did you recognize that it wasn't your groceries, or did you open it up first and then, you know, saw cat food and thought, well, I don't have a cat or whatever the equivalent?
I know the answer, but it's her story. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was late enough that I certainly was startled on your behalf that someone was knocking on your door, because even like if it had been your daughter or something, at that time she would have been like, "Hey, mom, I'm pulling into the neighborhood, or I'm coming to see you," um, especially with cell phones, people usually give a warning, a visitation warning. And then when you watch too much true crime on top of everything else, it's like, yeah, did someone knock on your door? I'm super paranoid.
I am okay with true crime. What gets me paranoid is WebMD.
See, I've already done 47 rounds with WebMD. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it's like, it really created an intense amount of anxiety between the ages of somewhere mid-teens and like late 20s, and then it was like, this is a waste of my life force. Opened the front door, thought I heard a cat. My neighbor was walking over and said, "Did you get my groceries?" She was going to tip Cat with ginger ale too.
An interesting form of tipping.
Actually, as expensive as groceries are, you could maybe resell it for more than people would actually get tipped. I don't know. I don't know how much it costs right now.
Yeah. I saw this some. I didn't see the meme, but people were talking about it, where people were trading their Mercedes Benz for a crate of eggs because eggs are getting so expensive.
Beaks, did you know eggs were expensive? You're going to lay us some? She's like, they're pretty small, Mom. Yeah. She literally called and said, "You guys delivered things I didn't order or pay for." And they're like, "Well, keep them. Once they're at somebody else's house, right? Like, they're not allowed to take them back."
Mm.
But this is a specific store, and they've done this a few times. She's gotten jewelry and all kinds of things.
You sure you don't have like a secret admirer in the store or something? That's just covertly trying to give you gifts.
Give her neighbor's groceries, though.
Well, it could be a broke secret admirer, you know?
Yeah, she did have to rebag them, so that's the tip. It just clicked. I never texted Claudia back to say, hey, I got your picture, and now I'm able to talk about it now that I've done some research, right? Forgot. I mean, I guess the whole writhing in pain thing was distracting, but still, I feel sort of like a poo head. Oh well. I need to figure out a way to get into the swing of this and make it regular and make, a schedule for regular posting on other media. Yeah, it was yummy. It was like yummy kid foody type stuff. Either kids or stoner food or both is what Kat had accidentally delivered to her. Well, her question, which makes me sad because it wasn't even a question that she had on her own before it was made a little complicated. But I think she's got other questions, but it seemed to be that her primary question was about that picture and um, and all the details that went behind it that she couldn't remember and the whys and wherefores and things. I told her the other day, unrelated to the picture, I think she's doing great. She's seen more doctors than I have for sure, and she's like right at the end of last year, the beginning of this year, right? Like she went and had the heating pad burn she was talking about. She went and had that looked at. I know she's had other tests, like long term tests where you wear equipment home, run, and things like that. I think she's had at least like 3 separate appointments with different types of doctors. Like all are things that that was really important and came up. Not like directly, but it came up indirectly in the last read she had here in the live about staying in town and using that time um to like get some things taken care of, like have doctor appointments and um look at disability applications and things like that. And she's gotten on the doctor's appointments like cool and is really like burning through them. Well, I think it really was a story. Like she wanted me to explain everything that happened that led to that photograph. Um, I believe. Which, if you watch this at some point, Claudia, or if you're here or whatever, I did privately do on my own rods about that situation, like nearly immediately. I consulted a few medical experts um, with the image, and then just because I felt certain ways about it and I was getting certain information, but I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist. And so I was trying to just see if the science or at least how it appeared matched, um, you know, the energy I was getting. And then after I got information about that, I did some rods about the situation and asked questions. And part of the reason I did it on my own was because I wanted to ask really direct, specific questions that I can, so I can give you like a really detail oriented answer to certain things, privately, I think probably would be best. Oh, no, I'm sorry. A photograph. She sent me a photograph. But her artwork, I really like the stuff that she sent me pictures of around the holidays of all these like fairies and angels and things. I really liked that. There's Oz again. Oz the lizard.
Yeah, it's him or one of his descendants. I'm not sure.
I don't know how long that type of I can't remember what type of lizard he is. Do you remember?
No, I just know he's a well, where I live, they just refer to them as house lizards. So probably have to do
Someone
some
here.
research.
I saw someone come in and then I think they left, or did they not? Or are you talking about you've got a spirit person? Now it says zero. It says zero. It's like, oh well, cat's not a mod, or cat is a mod, so I don't know if you count. Do you count?
It says one person on my screen.
Oh, see, it dropped down. See, it said two. Then I saw it say one. Now it literally says zero. And so it makes me wonder if two are watching in silence. Because if cat's a mod, maybe it doesn't count her. I don't know if it counts her or not. Because it says zero still.
Oh, it could still be him because according to Google, they live up to 5 years.
And what type is it?
House lizard.
House lizard?
Yeah, he's a common house lizard.
Wow. I've never heard that phrase. House lizard. I know you count like emotionally. Okay, so right now it says two, but you were talking when it said zero. So I thought as a mod, maybe not. Hi, Pix. See, now it says three. We're trying to figure out the numbers because when it was just cat in the chat room, it said zero people. I think she levitated so that it didn't register her as being seated on the floor of the chat room. Sorry, Pixie. I already apologized to Kat because I thought I was going to be like super active as of 2 days ago, and then I had a couple days of just bloody hellfire pain. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought about texting you, and I just thought she'll see it, and if she's able to come or wants to come. I don't want to be like pushy. Anyway, I'm glad you're here now. But yeah, I'm sorry I ducked out for a day or two. Just it was some crazy stuff. Um, while you are here, is there a time like is Tinkerbell? Because you said something about her going back to school. Does that mean she's back teaching at a school? And if so, does that mean she's off for the school holiday tomorrow? Missed you too. I'm doing a ridiculous feature for the new year because I don't know if it's ridiculous or not. I'm doing a feature that I'm going to try and do for all of my readings because I love my shoe collection so much, but I don't ever go anywhere and often my joints are bad, blah, blah, blah. And so, because I love my shoes so much, every time I do a video or a live or whatever, I'm going to wear a pair that I love. So, this is the shoe of the day for today. Here's the other. Here's the other one. Here they are together. Woo, woo, woo. Shoe of the day. Shoe of the day. Shoe of the day. She works days, does online school. Okay. Because I knew she switched jobs, but I didn't know like I don't. What does she do? I don't know what she does. Like what her field is. These make your feet cry. In what way? Hold on, I'm turning off the camera just for a second to go and change the temperature here because my bird just complained. And I don't blame her because I'm like got it cooling down in here like I'm menopausal Mary or something. Hold on. Hold on, Pete. I'm gonna go make it a little warmer, honey bud. I'll be back. I'll be gibby. And I'll get a towel so you can come with us.
What kind of phone do you have? Is it an Android phone? Is it an Apple phone? Okay.
What's up, Chili Pepper? Hmm? Okay, I'm putting this down. Squeaky.
So, yeah, some Android companies they add a whole bunch of additional bloatware to their updates, so it slows the phone down. Um, yeah, that happens sometimes.
Ready? I'm gonna get your Cheerio container, okay? Girl. Mama. Okay, I got your Cheerios. Yeah. Hold on a second. Got your Cheerios. I want bottles. Want bottles for the baby. Here's one. Here's one. That's for birds to knock around.
What you could do is go on the manufacturer's website. They might probably have an FAQ section or complaints forum, where people, and if enough people had that problem, they would probably have some kind of workaround or solution posted there.
Oh, I'm gonna have to catch up. Hold on.
Oh, so there is a process. It's just convoluted.
Oh, Beaky, 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 do you wanna come with Mickey, 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 Mickey? Little baby Beaky. You come over here? Will you come with me? Will you come with me? Oh, please, please. You gonna come? Oh, you're on your playground. Are you gonna come with me and come hang out with the people? You can hang out with the people, Beaks? Oh, honey, let's go. You ready? I brought Cheerios. I got you. I got you, honey. I brought Cheerios. I brought bottles. I brought Beaky bottles for you to knock stuff down. I brought Cheerios. We need to catch up on the chat, okay? Catch up on the chat. I got you, sweetie. I got you. Let's see what was said here. My feet cry. She's going for art. She's a medical assistant. Thinking about how my feet would feel if I were to wear them. Hey, cat. Feet, not West. Upgraded phone. Oh.
Yeah, we were complaining about phone updates.
Android One Plus Nord. Is it like sort of like, is Nord N20 like Nord VPN?
I don't know. I think there might be two different things.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
I have no idea.
Yeah, the list is totally open. Peace. Is the list open, Beaks? You can't eat nail polish. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Ouch. Okay, I slid out of the shoes so I don't trip while I'm holding a beak. Up there. Hi, baby. Oh, no, I put product in my hair. You want to come on my shoulder? It's my face, not my shoulder. It's a pee beak. Ah! You want to come up here, don't? See the chemicals, although I don't want you to like chew on it. Cash App. Okay, my dear. Thank you very, very much. Okay, I see it. It came through. What are we reading about? Karnak the Magnificent here. She will do your reading. She's always been the one that does the readings. Like, it's just, you know.
So that's why you're a puppet.
I think I do. Yeah, I'm a Poppet because I'm this witch's Poppet. Hold on a second here. Let me pull up the Krista questions. I feel pretty confident I have them. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Well, okay, so here are the questions, and then some of them we answered in the past, but we'll get new answers again, and just see. But I just want to be fair and say, like in the past, no, it's okay. So, um, the questions are: does mom think Krista made good decisions about her job? Does mom think Krista is going into the right career with school? Is mom proud of Krista? What does mom think of Brandon? So, in talking to them meaning Christabel, Tinkerbell, um, it was like around their anniversary time, and um, I just want to and we'll ask the questions again, but I just want to remind Krista that um, even like she was present for this one, like um, she is so proud of her in every possible way. She admires her as a mother an extreme amount. And was quoted as saying that reading, around their anniversary time where like I was talking to you and Krista was texting me pictures of like the kiddo in the car seat and that kind of stuff. Um, she at the time talked about being how proud of Krista as a mother and said, all mothers love their babies. Your mother and me, we all loved our babies. But you are, she talked a lot, and maybe you'll remember this, about breaking cycles, about how Krista was a cycle breaker in the motherhood department in some ways, and definitely a cycle breaker in the choosing bad partners. Right. And then there was a joke that, Krista did learn that by choosing bad partners. But Maggie Lou, who still very much was saying, "Hey, sure, you had a bad picker when you were a younger person. How when you didn't have that many great male role model father figure types in your life, how the heck were you supposed to find a good one? Like, how you have no point of comparison." And so she, at the time, um, had expressed being thrilled about their anniversary, being thrilled about Krista being a cycle breaker, and also liking Brandon. Uh, we can also find out about the question about the job and the school. I'm hearing that, but I've also been hearing for a few days, like I texted you, that there's concern about um, Krista and her uh, hormonal balance. Like it's, and I don't, because I'm not like a medical specific, there's some people that are like health specific readers, and I'm definitely not one of those. But like I just think it was noteworthy that they, were being so specific. It's not just like, hey, hun, I want you to know that, we see that you're feeling a lot of big feelings and emotions and stuff. It wasn't like just that, or it wasn't them just saying, oh, it could be additional hormones. They're saying, have your hormones checked. Uh, Um, I I believe what they're telling me is that back a few months ago when there was a suspected pregnancy, that um, even though that ended before like even the doctor's visit, right? um, I kept getting that still was a valid thing. Krista wasn't wrong. She was, just really early on in pregnancy. And when that little, I think we'll just call it, I'm not trying to minimize it, but let's call it like a mini miscarriage, right? Um, because it was so early. But something about when that happened, there was a shift in hormones. And another reason why I'm prone to believe that they keep, well, I'm believing them because they're my guides, and and they're their family and they love her, and they they're angels and they love all of us, and but also it seems to even fit the timeline, like of when it was like, of course she's been in mourning, of course things have been stressful ever since, but all of a sudden things got really intense feeling wise, and it sort of matches the time frame of when there was that little pregnancy, and when they're saying that there's been a hormonal shift that is significant enough that it needs checked on. Now, no one's showing me anything. I've got to get to my phone before the alarm goes off because I don't want this bird to like freak, freak out and like claw my face. Okay, so um, no, I'm not seeing anything scary like, oh, get tested for you know, diseases or anything like that. I just want to make that clear, especially if she's anxious. I don't want her to think I'm sugarcoating something worse. I don't hear anyone saying like, "Hey, you have bad female problems." But it is. They are saying there's a hormone imbalance that was started at that time, and it's going to make everything just so much less pleasant, and it's so fast when the hormones, for us especially, men too, but for females, when the hormones get imbalanced, because we have a few, I guess we have a few more sort of in some ways in the in our reproductive areas, but as soon as that happens, it it changes the way these chemicals are made too, and everything goes full tilt. Trying to decide, I want to do rods, but I also want to do a deck reading, and I'm trying to decide or have them tell me. Um, Questions are primarily about school and work. Oh, they're worried about her burning the candle at both ends, but that's because they say that even when she does sleep, she's not sleeping well. And again, it's the hormone balance. Um, hey, what's up? Hey. Um, but yeah, they know she's not sleeping well. Is she having the sweats too? No, I didn't, because I really can't wait. I'm like like a little kid level excited because um, today I finally felt a little better, but I didn't feel well until like the last couple of hours before, like right before I decided to log on here. Like it's the first time I felt functional. So I'm looking really forward to it. Um, I keep thinking I want to look at health stuff for whatever reason, but um, school and work, nursing and um, medical assisting. Okay. Yeah, okay. So then you guys tell me which ones you want me to do. Okay. They're all shuffled for the most part anyway. Okay, so let's call in even closer, call my guides and angels and archangels in closer to help me to have you guys select the appropriate cards that will help me interpret the messages you have for Krista. She's specifically interested in what her grandmother, what her opinion is. But of course, if you are an angel or an archangel or a guide of hers, we would love to see your contributions too, in terms of what we would like to know, like the switch in work, what you guys have to say about, changing back to an older job that she had before, and what you think about the topic in school. I'm already hearing in school there might be a change of focus. I don't think it's like a whole different career change, but it's like there's a specialty that that's gonna spark for her that I don't know that she knows about it yet. If she knows about it, then it's something that she's only very recently thought about, and she's like privately thinking about like some sort of specialty within nursing. Sorry if that scared anybody. It scared me a little bit, Beaks. Okay, so we're asking for the angels and archangels of Krista and guides, and of course her grandmother, to come here. Okay, and answer. So we're just wanting to know about switching back to the job and this way. Switching back to the job and school. Can you just show us what we need to? Okay, that was too many. Let's see what they are though, because okay. I'll let you guys decide on what type of pattern we need to do. This is about Krista, please, in school and work. Oh. How many? Okay. Oh, and they're there. Okay. Thank you. Let's read them all right side up for the moment here. These have such good stories. So right off the bat, like this is a general sort of reading about that topic. However, right off the bat, based on the way it's being told, your mother is directly giving feedback. Okay. So the first thing so far that has been said, well, there's two things, right? But the first thing that has been said is she really admires Krista for how action oriented she is, right? So when she realizes, that she's not like in love with her location or, um, with exactly how things were working, she doesn't like pussyfoot around once it clicks, right? Maybe it might take it a little bit to click, but once it clicks, she becomes action oriented really quickly. And your mother thinks that that's extremely brave, and she's just so impressed about like um, action oriented, how how decisive she is, um, and unafraid she is to make changes, even if she's not sure how it will turn out. She knows that whatever is happening is not working, and so she makes fast moves to make big changes, and and she thinks that that's really admirable, and she thinks that that's going to be something that um, is smart of her to maintain throughout. That um, because, well, she's sort of saying there's a family legacy of sort of getting stuck. I'm not fully assured how to take that, but she sort of said family legacy of sort of getting stuck and feeling stuck and staying stuck for a while. Now, that doesn't mean forever, but she really appreciates how Krista doesn't waste energy being stuck. And the second that was being said, I think, it has to be about um, the last job that she just left, right? Because it's totally talking about like um, leaving tumultuous, toxic stuff behind, right? And moving forward into like more stability. And in this particular case, it's talking about emotional stability. And so, again, it's like a compliment and saying, hey, a lot of mothers would be like, I have to suffer completely for my family. I hate this job. But, like we tell stories and make things dramatic. And Krista was just like, I am working in a place that is not it's not healthy for anyone, but I only control myself, and I need to get myself the hell out of here. My health affects the health of all these little beings around me, and there are some things about my health I absolutely cannot alter or change, even though I would want to. This is something I can change. I'm getting the F out of here. And again, that's something that Maggie Lou admires as well a great deal. So she's already said, hey, I admire the fact that you don't get stuck, and that even though it's scary to make change when you're not sure if it's the right change, it's way better than staying stuck, because it's just going to keep you always able to maneuver. And then she's really, really excited that she won't take that toxic bullshit either. Like she's extremely proud of those things. She's complimenting you too, Pixie, though. So she's saying that with each generation, there's been improvement. She improved um, certain things, and learned certain things. Um, although about sort of moving forward and making choices that the women in her family tree hadn't, her meaning Maggie, right? And then you took it a few steps further, right? And now Chris is taking it a few steps further. So she's saying, of course, it's really admirable that Krista is capable of doing all these things, but she's giving you your dues too, and saying that's in large part due to you. Because even if there were times that you got stuck, you always narrated She's saying you were always talking, even when you couldn't figure out how to get unstuck, or if you really were sort of stuck in situations for certain periods of time that you literally couldn't get out of for whatever reason, financial or whatever. That if you couldn't figure your way out, you still always were giving words as Krista was growing up to the fact that you were narrating. You were saying, I'm stuck. I won't be stuck forever, but I don't like this. I need to be making different choices. You will always have choices. Like you are responsible in some part for Krista being able to make these moves that she's making. And but she wants to talk to her about her self-esteem, interestingly enough, because it's sort of like she's saying, hey little girl, look at those things you just did. Look at those changes you just made with work. Look at how smart you are to get out of the toxic stuff. So why are you so riddled with like self-doubt? Like she's convincing herself, this is the strength card, but it was inverted when it fell out. So it's like she's saying, Krista's convincing herself that she's weak. She's convincing herself that she needs to question everything she's doing. But they're also really talking about she's neglecting the hell out of herself. Now, I'm sure, just like on my own, with my own brain, that when you have as many children as she does, and you go to school all the time and work all the time, that of course it's burning the candle at both ends. But this is not just that. When it's almost like sorry, stop scaring people, baby. You want to come back down? Is that why? Okay, you want to come down to where the Cheerios are? Here, let's get you some Cheerios. So, it's like she's saying, because Krista, is really good at modeling for her children good behaviors and healthy behaviors, and does everything she can to do that. Her like physical self-care is okay. It could be better, but it's okay. She's still like always, prioritizing, like, showering and usually eating. She's saying she misses a few too many meals, like, and that it's almost intentional, like self-punishment, not just that she's busy, but she's mentally want Cheerio, honey? You don't want Cheerio? She's mentally and spiritually neglecting herself. Um, and I think it's being phrased that way because, again, these hormones are so important to get checked, because it's like something's going on where she's beaten up on herself on purpose, and it's not all within her control in terms of the decisions to do that. Some of it is like hormonal unwellness prompting certain behaviors. But she is really, and I'm going to throw support cards because I'm hearing things, and I want to clarify what I'm hearing. But I'm going to move through the other few cards that are here first. Hold on. I understand this. Let's see if these two answer that. I am going to put this bird away because I need to move faster with this energy. And I'm going to walk over there and put her away. But I have a question, Pix, that I hope you can answer. Do you, and I'm going to ask for clarifiers. Do you get the feeling that the dynamic is changing with her and Hubs? Or do you have knowledge the dynamic is changing with her and Hubs? I'll be right back. This bird won't be mad at me. You can come back out in a little bit. Okay, can I have a kiss? Thank you. Will you give them a kiss? Say thank you. I'm sorry. I'll come out another time, okay? And I'm going to be so mad to go back in my room, but I know that we need to do some readings. And I'm going to eat this moonstone. Yeah? Say beaky out. Beaky Beaks. Cheeky Beaks is on her way. She's on her way. Can I have a kiss, please? A kiss for a Beaks. Maybe quite beaky. Here's some Cheerios for you, honey. Here's some Cheerios for Beaky. Oh, you're sleepy. Okay, that's fine. That works out. I love you very much. I love you very, very much. I'm going to tuck you in a little bit, okay? Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm going to go do some cards, okay? I'm going to go in the nest. I love you so much, Beaks. Kisses. Good night, baby. Good night, Beaks. Cover you up. Okay. Okay, Beaks. I want to see what Miss Pixie said here. Yeah, I don't know. If you're in the room and you're not speaking, we would really love to know that you're not a robot. Please and thank you if you're here. And I think I have an idea of at least one or two people that have popped in, and I see that you left, but if you come back, I just want to say, please speak to us. There's several sensitives and sort of psychics in this room, so please come, please come back. We feel you sometimes, you know. Okay. 1 second. So you just know she's overwhelmed. So she's not, okay, I'm just going to ask for clarifiers first before I speak. Because I'm not saying, like, okay, so I'm not saying yet, I'll drop cards and find out more, but I'm not yet saying that, like, I see it as, like, true, like, hey, husband's doing something wrong or anything like that. But I am saying that she feels like something in the dynamic is off enough that, like, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, we're having a little downturn. It's like, I don't know if like, okay, it's either that Because I know that like there's sort of signs of like hormonalness and maybe a little depression and that kind of stuff. But, and again, that can contribute. But this is almost like either like a BFF of hers is having serious trouble in a relationship. And something about that energy is making her paranoid about her own, or there's something going on. Do you know, does she have a BFF that's having or recently had significant marital upheaval? Okay, can we please have some clarifiers on the stuff going on here? I'd like some clarifiers on this one, please. And then on this as well. Please and thank you. If we could first clarify the self-care situation, and then I'd like clarification to tell me who this is. Is this Krista represented here, or is this Hubs represented here? Stop. Okay. Okay. Top, bottom. Okay. Okay, so can we first clarify the inverted strength, please? Okay, can we please clarify this one? Okay, thank you. And then could we put some clarification on this situation too? I mean, like if it could be two or three more that we can lay over that situation. Pretty please. While I'm shuffling, though, I do want to remind Krista once more that around their anniversary last year, or the last anniversary or whatever, when they were celebrating, you know, Maggie was so thrilled and said many wonderful things about the husband. So she at that time absolutely loved Brandon. And again, it was another one of those times she talked about being so proud of cycles breaking. Ace of Wands here. Can I ask you this? Um, is there something shifting with the other kid's dad? Like, okay, let me start here. Would it be fair to say in the past when she's referred to him, like I know some things because he and his mom have wound up in other readings about other things, right? But would it be fair to say that in the past, when Krista has talked about her ex, okay, she's talked about him as sort of childlike or childish, and that he can have a lot of like charisma and playfulness at times, but it's sort of uh energy that's not safe. It's not like fun, flirty, playful. It's like reckless child behavior. Has she referred to that person as like a reckless child? I think there's something going on with the ex. Like, I don't mean like anything like untoward. I mean like because they share children, right? And this has something to do with a really childlike man who can fool people with his charisma sometimes into believing that this childish thing is only him being playful and not him being childish, but he's very childish. Is that safe to say that's how she thinks of? Okay. Um, so something's going on there where um where something's happened and her perspective on him or their past or something about that, her perspective is really changing. Um and like forgiveness and stuff like that. So it's like something's gone on recently where she's sort of reached a point in her own development. It's either that I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time telling if he's all of a sudden changed and he's like being a better dad to the kids, or if like he split up with his other partner and that makes him easier to deal with. Is anything like that going on? Can I please get more clarifiers for this? Because I understand sort of what I'm looking at, but I don't understand the why. Like, why is this here in the middle of the reading? Oh, something Brandon did. Yes, what? Yes to what? They did split up. Okay. Let's see what this is. Okay, can I have another one, guys? Even another one on this. I don't understand. Something's going on where she's comparing Brandon and the ex. Like, why? Look at this next pile here. She's having issues with her first husband. Can I ask what they are? Because or just like, I mean, you don't have to tell me all her business, but like, what it looks like is, okay, I mean, I wondered about the breakup because it looked like he had a breakup, okay, and that in some ways that's better because that other woman wasn't terrible, but like she was just another person that sort of interfered, with the communication and the co-parenting and stuff. And that's good. And so it's sort of almost reflecting like, it's almost like because of this, in some ways, this is the best co-parenting we've ever been able to do, right? In terms of I don't know, being pleasant to one another. Okay. But then there's this convoluted thing that I'm trying to figure out about and maybe it is still related to the ex, where it's like it looked like there was going to be positive change because of the breakup, And so she almost like had fantasies, not for herself, but just for making it easier to co-parent and making her children's lives easier and stuff like that. Um, so right before he took her to court to lower the stuff, was it like looking like, hey, the co-parenting is getting better? And then, and so was there a phase where it was like, hey, this is going to make everything better, and she was like really happy for her kids, and then the rug got yanked out from under her with the court stuff? I mean, I'm reading what you said about the court stuff, but like right before then, was there something that happened that made her think, oh my gosh, we can finally co-parent peacefully? Which is the dad of the psychic kid? I'm talking about the dad of the psychic kid. I don't have their order right, but which one is the dad of the psychic kid? Okay. Okay, that's who I'm talking about. So when they split up, she thought for a second, this is going to be so much better. And then he took her to court. Because it basically, he popped in there, and I'm not sure why, but he popped in there because I was like, this is not Brandon. I'm not looking at Brandon. I don't understand what this is. This is second husband. And so he pops in there, and then it talks about, oh, this is going to get better, and then it talks about like, oh my gosh, we could have the ultimate fantasy in terms of like the world's most idyllic co-parenting. And then that must have been the court thing that then yanked the rug right out from under her. Oh, hold on. Okay, no. So court has nothing to do with it then, because this is still talking about husband number 2. Okay, it was like things are getting better. Things are going to improve. And like it, and I don't know if it's just that it was really bad with the girlfriend he had or wife or whatever, or what the story was, but she really, or it almost feels like, and you're going to have to verify this, validate this or not. It almost feels like that even though like they couldn't make it work, that husband number 2 and her were naturally just better at being friends. That like there's always been an underlying friendship, even if everything else is messy, and she still has inclination sometimes to defend him against like his yucky family and that kind of stuff, to the point where, you know, she's not like any interested in a relationship of like any sort really, but it's like they've always been better at being pals. And so it's like when he split up, she was like, oh my gosh, I get my friend back. And now that I do, I'll have his ear. I'll be able to have his ear, and maybe we can make some changes about how our kids are raised. and stuff like that. But then something happened. Something happened that, like, I mean, it broke her heart. She had this fantasy going that was like, I've got Brandon, and, you know, and I'm not looking to get out of the Brandon game necessarily, but like, I'm so happy now that, you know, I can be family with my ex again and fix things. But then something happened. Something happened that sent some kind of message. Okay, hold on. Maybe, but this was like, this really like, it's almost like he did something that almost made her feel like she could even lose the children she has with him. And by which I mean, like, I don't mean lose like he was going to take them, or lose like they're going to go somewhere, but like it okay. I need clarifiers for this, guys. I really am trying to understand this. I'm going to ask a separate question first that she didn't ask. Okay. Can you please okay, you know what it is. Okay, you know what it is. Is it something that was so upsetting or extreme to her that like she felt like almost like this is an inescapable genetic curse and our poor children are doomed? Like, I mean, this is a really like heartbroken, really like the most. Okay, so hold on. Okay, guides and guardians and angels, mine and Krista's. Can you please answer a question that I have here? Can you please show me the current genuine state of Krista and Brandon? Just a few cards to show us how in the private sector they are doing. Krista and Brandon. Okay, I'll check my phone. So, I read in my phone when that transpired in this situation. Did you guys get a chance to talk? Like, was it a ripped wound again? Like, was it really super painful this time as well? When things get really challenging in her relationships, does she have a history of sort of keeping that information away from you until uh, she sort of understands what her course of action is? Like, is she somebody that hides or just avoids speaking to you about their any like personal things? This is not anything that I just mm. So yes, she did a great job about decision about her job. Yes, she thinks that it's admirable she's going to school. I'd like to throw one or two extra cards because they said something about changing her specialty within the same field. She is so proud of Krista. It's unbelievable. And in the past, around the time of their last anniversary, she thought very, very highly of Brandon, but even at that time, she spoke more about Krista and her ability to pick wisely. Like, she picked a good man, but she also picked a good man for her based on the types of things she wanted in her life. And she thinks that that's admirable too. She's really proud of Krista. And again, before I'm gonna ask what she thinks of Brandon now. I need to ask about that specialty at work, and then I need to do one more thing after that. So hold on a second here. So this is a new deck. I'm switching decks. So guides and angels and archangels, both mine and Krista's, please come forward so that we can answer these questions for Krista, both from you guys who love, adore, and guide her, but especially from her grandmother, because she's really wanting to hear life and advice and just know what, grandmother knows. And right now, which should we ask first, guides? Should we ask about, or should we ask about the specialty for school? Okay. All right. So the first little set of question is, what does she think of Brandon? What does she think of Brandon? You can tell me what's exactly wrong with Brandon. I'm not looking up, but only occasionally, so please go forth and do that. And I'll look at it later. Okay, so this is the question. What is Grandma, the patron saint of Christabel Tinkerbell? What does she think of Brandon? What does she think of Brandon? What is grandmother's opinion about Krista's husband, Brandon? Okay, I heard y'all. What does Grandma think of Brandon? What does Grandma think of Brandon? How many more, y'all? 2? Okay. Ouch, what's that? What's that? So sorry um, about that. Hello, whoever's here.
I'm here, but I'm muting because I'm eating.
Oh, right. But there's two other people that joined us. So we were trying to figure
Oh,
out
right.
what was going on. Okay. So I asked, um, I asked what Maggie Lou thought of Brandon. And okay, I want to ask one more clarifier before I launch in here. Of in terms of this situation, just using the cards, can you show me which do you know when Brandon's birthday is? Okay, so Brandon, I want to know when his birthday was. Is he a fire sign? Okay, so this is answering the question. What does mom think? What does she think of? I don't know how to see who's in here, to be honest. I just got your cat. Cat, I just got your text. I'm sorry. I would have responded sooner or acknowledged it. So, Pix, what does mom think of Brandon? Okay. Um, Mom, number one, started off by saying, these both are in this situation. These both are Krista. Okay. And mom started off by saying, I think that Brandon's a good guy, but I don't think he is giving you the type of like support and encouragement that you need. And so that was the first thing. Then she said, though, he is a wonderful father. She believes he is a wonderful father. So she thinks that's fantastic. Then when I was trying to clarify, like, doesn't give the support, she then said, but Krista doesn't give Brandon the support that he needs. And she really, 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 and then she said it out loud to me, right? Like, instead, while I was sitting here, like, sort of trying to put these puzzle pieces together, because it was a little bit all over the place in terms of the order they came out. But then she says, like, Krista doesn't really give Brandon the support he needs. And if she could give them any gift, she would really, really want them to get that love language book. Because one of them really, really, really needs more of this. I suspect it's him, but I don't know. And again, there's all different types of ways for touch to present. And so, this is not like, hey, this is not like sexual or sensual touch. This is like bear hug type, like supportive, non-sexual tension type physical contact. Now, it could be vice versa, because I don't know. I didn't ask that question. But one of them have touch as a love language, non-sexual touch, and they're not getting it. The other one, needs to not just socialize more, but need to go together to have more special things. Having little, even just mini adventures together, and having a little, actually, this is interesting. She just told me, actually, this is actually, she's saying they both need both, but right now, in terms of how everybody's feeling, this is actually what Krista needs. She needs more touch that is not sex motivated. She needs bear hugs. She needs spooning on the couch. She needs him to hold her hand. Some of that has to do with, the other things she has going on a little bit with her health and stuff. And then this is him, actually. I thought it was the other way around, but they corrected me pretty loud in my ear just now. He wants to show her off more often, and he wants her to show him off more often. Like, he doesn't want to lose that. It's really important to him that they keep, that part of their relationship. They've done fairly well, even in the time I've known you, at least in terms of like going out to dinner, making sure there's a babysitter sometimes. And when you have that many kids, that's hard shit to do. But so she wants them to have that book, though. Like, she has said it a bunch of times. And And so, okay, so then she also, so anyway, she started off by saying he needs to give her more support. And then I moved on, and she said he's a wonderful father. And then I wanted some clarifiers, and so it's about that love language, learning each other's love languages. And I don't know, when they got together, she already had kids. Did he? I think I'm not sure. I'm not getting a clear message about whether or not he already had kids, but she did, right? And and so um okay, I'm sorry, Maggie. What were you saying? Because and uh, and did they get pregnant pretty fast when they first got together? Yeah, I'm going to leave this up. I'll leave this public. And if we wind up talking about anything that's like I don't know, personal for other people or something, then I'll leave it unlisted and give you the link. Okay. So, but so they both came in with kids, but how fast did they make their own? It feels like they're saying it was pretty fast. So, um, and so she wants to talk about how um yeah, it was fast. Okay, because she was wanting to say she was going back to this again that um because they knew each other were right for each other, and because they both were already parents, they all like almost and they've done pretty decent with all those kids at like making sure they go out for dinner and stuff. But it's either they've almost never or they've absolutely never done any of the stuff that people would do if they dated before there were kids. None of it. And that's going to be a really important component to insert into their situation. Like she for sure advises that book. She also really, 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 really advises um, that they get a sitter, like that they prearrange to have I don't know, like for example, like let's say it's you, lucky you, that you're the sitter, or um you go out there to them, right? And take Hubs or take um uh Holden, Hayden. Take your son and so that you don't feel whelmed, right? And then she thinks they should have some sort of little staycation, like something where just they just don't come home for one night. So just like in a hotel, like, cause she's like showing me like, just like a local hotel or something. But um, something she wants them to get a little too tipsy, both of them. And um she's also saying she's also saying like if she could like give she wants to give them that book, but she would also give them say like if she was around, she would go with you to babysit the kids, right? And um she would like send them with a little like care package that had like naughty dice, or um she wants them to have some time to act like immature humans, where they just literally only think about um all the things that don't usually matter. um yeah, she's saying it would be the love language book. It would be a gift certificate that said, me and you are offering them 36 hours of, guilt-free childcare. And then she'd give them a package with like naughty dice and a bottle of champagne. And she's even saying, like, if she could, she would drive them up to like whatever hotel it is and drop them off, so that they have no use to leave. They have no need to leave for a practical reason, right? Like, like even if it's just like, we should just, instead of room service, we should pick up like cheaper food at the grocery store. No, she doesn't want anything sensible. She would drop them off at that hotel and make sure that they had to stay there and do only hotel things. Yeah, like a toy. Yeah, a toy or a game. Or like silly, she just said edible panties and then like giggled like a little schoolgirl. But so anyway, that's really big advice. Okay. But she also says, he's a wonderful father. She says new things are coming. You're feeling this new flow of emotions, and there's going to be, um, they're entering a new phase, right? Because it's the Ace of Cups, which is, a new flowing set of like feelings. A new emotional tide is rolling in. Then the Death card came next, right? Which always has to do, with, sometimes it can be stressful or whatever, but it has to do with new beginnings so that there can be growth. And I love the way the Death card is in this one, right? Because the flower up here is crying a little bit, but it helps the flowers down here grow, right? There's a little bit of upset, so that things can change and grow. And to confirm that, the Lovers card is boom right after that. So like, this is saying, there's change that you're feeling in your relationship, and it's like she's probably, because of some of the health stuff, but she's worried. She can feel that there's change. She can feel the change. Krista can feel the change, but because in the past change has almost always meant yucky things. And I was scared it was going to say that, because the type of things where it was like, pay attention, until I got clarifiers, I was a little scared. It's not scary, but Krista, it feels the looming change. And she's quite worried deep on the inside that it's one of those changes, type of exchanges she experienced with the other assholes. And that's not what this is. Although mom says, here's the Eight of Pentacles. And I love this card. Um, this is like about labors of love. This is about whistling while you work. But she's saying, hey, you got to remember, relationships take work. And sometimes you get to have a really fun job taste testing. This is her, by the way. Sometimes you get to have a really fun job taste testing edible panties, but it's still a job. You're still at work. And even if, and because they both have been so practical, right? She knows, and even is laughing a little bit about, she feels so ridiculous that she has to send a pep talk so that they do a few irresponsible things, so that they can have some moments of goofy freedom just with each other, where they don't have to be mom and dad and that kind of stuff. So she thinks it's really funny that, she is saying, don't forget, relationships take work. You guys have now been together long enough that you're moving into that phase permanently where, working at it, you've got to stay focused. But she's like, most people, when you have to give them that message, right, they've got to do some real serious, hard, deep down, like relationship labor. And I'm just saying, can you two please fucking relax? Can you relax enough to do something stupid together, please? It's going to be okay. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But, clearly she likes him a great deal. His responsibility level, great father, was like, circled, right? And the fact that, too, like, she wants to represent him just as fairly as she represents her, her granddaughter. And she wants to be fair and say, hey, both people need more support. Okay, we're doing one more thing, and then we have to either stop or renegotiate rates, because I've been going a long time and I don't want to, I'm trying. Kat's being so good to me. Kat and Joe are trying to help me with learn boundaries and either speed things up or charge more or whatever, just to, respect everybody here. And they're correct about what I need to do. And I'm only saying that, Pix, you've always been fantastic and amazing. So I'm not saying like, hey, you owe me more cash. I'm just trying to say it to myself. I'm trying to say to myself, you're the right person to practice boundaries with, right? Because you don't step on mine. It's just that I suck at giving them. We got them a gift card to Logan's on a night of babysitting. That's what you got them for Christmas? What's Logan's? Okay, so this is, while you do that, this is the last thing I wanted to ask, and this is about Krista's schooling. My angels and archangels and guides and Krista's angels and archangels and guides come in and help us get a clear answer. And it, because you guys were saying something about some sort of specialty in nursing. Can you just give us just a little layout of Krista going to school to be an RN? Can we see what Krista going to school to be an RN looks like? Any details or detours or whatever? Can you show us some of that stuff? Stop. Okay. Top. Bottom. Okay. Christian school. That fell. That fell. You're here. Take them all. Okay. This sideways. Sideways. This one first. Okay. Okay, and those you guys are saying fell. Okay, so go again. How many? Okay. Krista and school. Krista and that was me dropping stuff. Okay. Krista and school. Krista and school. Oh. I'm not sure which way that goes. Krista and school. Nope. Two. Through there. Thank you. Okay, I'm hearing you. I understand that. So this has something to do that's different. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, check my phone. Yeah, one more of 72 decks. Thank you, Pix. I appreciate that a whole bunch. Okay, so this is interesting. So I looked up and you guys were talking about like the prereqs and stuff like that. And it doesn't talk about any of that at all, which is interesting, other than to say the best way to like get through, anything tedious is to focus on, to reevaluate and focus on the end goal, and to spend some time that's like not classroom time, but that's like personal time. Not to forget to emotionally prep for some aspects of the job, because she keeps reiterating Krista is smart enough that all the practicum stuff won't be that big a deal, but she's worried about her being emotionally congested, especially when she's going to suggest what she's about to suggest in terms of what she thinks the field will be, the specificity, like the type of thing. Okay. Okay, so it came up several different times. Cardiology. I thought it's funny that you said tenderhearted, just because heart, 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 heart. But cardiology came up a lot. And is there someone, wait a second. Ken and like Ken's daughter or sister or whatever, did they have a cardiac thing? Is that a cardiac thing they had? That genetic thing? That then you were, what is the thing you were worried about your son also having? I can't remember what it was, but so I'm not sure like what area, of the heart. But they're talking about, yeah, they're even referencing a very specific person I know, and that Krista would do best to follow that. So I'll make this part short. I'm not ever good at that, but so my friend Allie, a long million years ago, she first just went to get like her 2-year, right? She was interested in nursing. She thought it'd be a good side gig for some of the other things she wanted to do, blah, blah, blah. But she fell in love. So she went back to get her RN, and, thought she might do some, I'm going to use air quotes around it, but like follow some standard female footsteps, and focus on being in like obstetrics and gynecology, or yeah, just like in the childbirth arena. But then they hit the phase of class where they were talking about um, heart procedures. And something happened where whoever did best on some exam or whatever got to assist. But of course, because it was, a cardiac surgery, they basically assisted the assistant nurse or whatever, but they got to be in the room. Okay. And she said she was terrified. And then she got in there and fell in love with the heart, almost like it was a person. Um, and they kept showing me Allie. Cardiac stuff kept coming up in terms of specialty. And yeah, they kept showing me some of Allie's patterns. And there also was something that made me want to ask this question. Has she ever talked about wanting to be a nurse practitioner? Because it feels like that's actually potentially, hold on here, in the cards. Hold on. Can you show me support card or cards about her being a nurse practitioner? Yeah. So cardiac something, right, came through first. Then they started talking about nurse practitioner. And I think that, no, I know, she's telling me there's something. Do you have a pen? Go ahead. Okay, so she wants her to look at the the nurse practitioner stuff fairly early on, because it could be, if it's something that she decides she's sort of interested in, it's not that it'll save, it's not like, of course, going to be a faster program. However, some things might be redundant if she, goes for certain things on the RN past a certain point and then realizes she wants to be a practitioner. Then she's saying, basically, of course, right now it sounds like she's working on prereqs or whatever, but this is the right time to research, I guess, and rehearse practitioner stuff, so that when it's time to sign up for courses, you can get it exact. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm hearing something to the effect of if she shoots for the practitioner and somehow falls a little short or runs out of a little time for school, that she still would have the appropriate number of credits to get the RN. Now, Kat knows a lot about that, so I could be mishearing, but it sounds to me like she's being advised, shoot for the practitioner because it is a little more time, but it's a bigger situation of a job in a lot of ways, right? Um, Bigger pay scale. She's saying because it is a slightly more boss babe position, there can be a lot more flexibility than there always is in nursing, and that still, even though there's still plenty um, of practitioners as opposed to MDs, they still are, at least as of right now, where Krista is going to be there. In terms of hiring, there's still more quotas to fill of female practitioners. And so she's advising her to really look hard at a practitioner versus an RN, and because she thinks it'll set her up for better success down the road. But she also seems to think that if she fell a little short, or she decided she wanted to work as an RN, if she had the practitioners with her, always, like if she had that under her belt, she could work as an RN. Okay. And so, but she wants her to really look, okay, and that's the third time I've heard it too. So she wants her to really look into cardiac, but she keeps mentioning peds. So, like it sounds, it's, man, oh man. Okay, this is what grandmother Maggie basically is saying. She's saying that she really thinks deep down Krista would really like to go for the practitioner, and she should, because you know, there, like Kat just said, there's so many types of shortages, but it applies there too. But there would be some better flexibility and a wider range of options, and it's just a tiny bit more school. And if you start off knowing that that's one of your goals, you can avoid double taking classes or starting certain aspects over again. And but yeah, heart came up 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when it started talking about peds, look at this. Okay, so this is the 6 of Swords, but they're walking up to, I've always thought it looks like they're walking up to like a children's hospital of sorts or whatever. It's a dad carrying one of his kids, and the other kid is like, he's holding the hand. And you can interpret it different ways, but basically they're walking up a long path to a building that looks like the Children's Mercy hospitals we have here, except for in this particular case. This is after she started talking cardiac. It's walking up the path, right? Like with the kids. But then when you look at the hospital, it's got hearts over certain buildings. So if it was just this, I wouldn't say anything, but it was, they were talking about cardiac first a few different times, and then they show the hospital, the children's hospital. with hearts over it. And then okay, she also thinks that inevitably Krista will work in a field or an area of that field where it's almost like she's going to work in like a children's ICU. They do bridge programs, bachelor's, master's. Okay, see. Yeah. And so the message sort of was, I'm proud of you at school, and like this is amazing. But I know I've heard you have thought about what could I do as a specialty, and I don't know. Like I didn't hear your mom say anything about Krista wants to do the heart, but she's afraid or anything like that yet. I haven't heard anything like that, but it still was like you've had a conversation with yourself a few different times about like I should go for a specialty maybe, and then it's like no, I'll stay general, it's safer or whatever, and she's like no, go for it. And then the heart symbols and meanings behind the cards started showing up, and there's something too about the fact that she's advising Krista to be in a specialty that tends to, at this point, even still be male dominated, but that not only is that a recommendation, but it's almost like there's something about, I don't know if it's about where she's in school or just how the system works, but mom indicates that taking a slightly less conventional pathway is actually going to be like safer for her too. Like, and when I say safe, I think they mean politically safe. It's like there's somebody there that likes to, I don't know, it's almost like um they look at her and she's a pretty girl, and they make an assumption about like what she's going to be doing and where she works in the hospital, and they're trying to sort of, I think this is talking about the state of nursing actually. They're trying to like milk her um for all she's worth, right? Like they're going through them like they don't matter. They're luring in nurses and just blowing through them. And something about being in a specialty surrounded by other people who then become mentors and stuff will keep her safer than this conventional road. She'll travel this different road that's less traveled, and it will keep her safe from burnout and political bullshit. Because yeah, and apparently there's going to be somebody, and maybe it is like your um pediatrics hospital pay for 2 additional. That's awesome. But it was like they were saying I'm trying to scroll back when you baby sister, baby furniture practitioner. um it's like because if she chooses that path, there'll be a mentor. I don't think it is family, but there'll be a mentor that protects her and moves her through faster, and that keeps her safe from some sort of political nonsense. And I don't know if she's planning on like, I know how small your town is, and I know she's not in the same town. I don't see it in the cards right now, but like from what I'm like hearing too, what I'm wondering is she in a place where there's only like one or two hospitals? Like, isn't she like outside of New Orleans far enough that it's sort of like, is it sort of like suburby, or even more like rural than that? Yeah, see, this is the Hierophant, but it was inverted, and it even talks about like saying, it's what this card is saying is, um you tend in this situation, you're tending towards just taking the advice of whomever, is offering it, and that it's going to lock her in. If she does that, if she doesn't make a choice to study a sort of alternatively, it's going to lock her into a school of thought that it's going to be really hard to get out of. Okay, two hospitals. So they sort of were saying, um, in one of those two places, there is a mentor um, waiting. I suspect. Is the children's hospital separate in that town, or is it like there's just a children's ward? I think they're gonna find him. Like this mentor, where's she gonna find the mentor? Is there a nurse or someone in the medical field on the husband's family? Where's she gonna find the mentor? Okay, so one of the best neonatal units. Okay, so that sticks in the sense that like it shows here again, just with the addition of the kids and the stuff in the background and the heart on the thing she's carrying, is just like confirmation that the leadership she needs and the way to stay out of political stuff in a small town and stuff is in the children's area. It's in the children's sector. And the mentor is somebody who has been there for a long time. Like, it looks like it's a male. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but it looks like it's a male. And it looks like he's almost like a, a, a hero or a staple in that community. But he's bored. He hasn't seen someone that with the right combination of things that he wants to mentor. So it's going to mean as much to him as it does to her. And so she needs to be, they just said, like, even if she could just occasionally, to sort of to check it out ahead of time, if she could occasionally just like volunteer in the children's ward, um, to like read books to the kids or something like that, just very occasionally, because I know she's extremely busy, but then she could just quietly, just observe and see who's around there, because that's where she's going to find the mentor that keeps her, out of political messes. Children's hospital, children's hospital, children's hospital is like a big deal. And the final thing that I would still check in husband's family. I would still like, well, she may watch this or you may watch it back and tell her, whatever. I still would ask. It's worth asking, hey, Brandon, is there anyone in your family that, is an RN or a practitioner? And, and if so, what do you think of them? And, it's worth asking that question. But I'm not convinced. I don't think the mentor's family. Who in the family are you referring to that might be? So of course I don't know Brandon's family structure, but it looks like somebody. It's a female, and it looks like a contemporary. So that means a sister, a cousin, a young aunt. ICU trained pediatric nurses. So that also, that makes sense, because the final thing that I was going to say, on this topic, is, well, I guess it's twofold. One is, please don't let this be overwhelming, because the Eight of Swords is here. Now, the Eight of Swords is almost always about feeling trapped, but the trap is only like in your mind, right? The Eight of Swords is almost always represented by someone who like totally feels like they just don't even know which direction to move, but the visual is always makes it clear that it's just in their head. So one of the major pieces of advice, when Grandma Ma was closing out, was to say, when you start getting all in your head about, well, I don't have choices, so I'll pick this. Just remember, that's bullshit. Of course, in small towns, there may be people that have limiting ideas, but there is a guy out there who has been great in his field, right? And perhaps the family member, the contemporary of her husband, right? The cousin, sister, young aunt, something like that. Perhaps she either worked under this person or can recommend this person or something like that. But they're, so when negative self-talk comes in, which it's going to, and then the idea of like, I'm trapped, like I just have to make the decisions that they want all the nurses here to make. No, that is an idea of your own making. Don't freaking do it. Here's the other thing, though, that was interesting. This is like the very last card that came down, but she sent a whole bunch of imagery with it too. And it's an additional card that they added to this deck. It's called Let It Go, Say Goodbye. Okay. Let me just show you the card. And I don't know that I would have known what that meant if they hadn't sent a bunch of downloads. But what it meant is part of, there's hormone stuff she wants Krista to look into for her health and things like that. But there's other stuff always going on. But part of the reason she's feeling this loss in very specific ways and is going through really intense phases of mourning, followed by not so much. Anyway, part of the reason that the universe is allowing this to drag on in terms of emotional turmoil. People always are going to miss their loved ones. They're always going to be sad that they're gone. But this is like something that's twisting her guts up. And part of it is because she's got to learn to stop being her own trap. That's part of it. That's part of it, is that it's practice for navigating out of a hell of your own making, basically. But also, it is learning the art of gracefully saying goodbye to loved ones. And I think, no, I don't think, they showed me that, like, inevitably she may work with, I believe, children that are quite ill, and that her having a tough mourning process means that then when she's dealing with people that are having a tough mourning process, not only will she, of course, she will be kind and she will be trained in that stuff, but she also will have an enormous amount of empathy and understanding. Okay. Hold on here. These are so weird. Shuffle. Okay, so Maggie wanted to do this because I was like, do you want to wave to Krista with rods, or what do you want to do? She said, get this one out. Okay. And she's going to pick one, maybe two. We'll see. I don't know. And this will be the last thing, that when Krista has a hard time, when she has a hard moment missing her and feeling lost without her, or feeling overwhelmed by sadness, this is an image. Maggie's gonna try and give an image and a message through that image that she wants Krista to like keep, like her like cell phones, like whatever the front screen is or whatever, or her laptop or whatever, at least initially, and then eventually just keep it on hand so you can look at it when you're having a tough moment and know that Maggie picked you out this for a reason, and to look over and think about it and stuff like that. So, okay, so are we ready to do it this way or this way? Okay, and then this is, again, your recommendation. So this is your card that you want to send Krista that she can look at anytime she really struggles with losing you in physical. So this is whatever visual or message you want to leave her with. So that she has a permanent anchor to you. Okay, that's a whole bunch of them. Should I shuffle them? No, okay. It's my fault because they're sticky, but to do it faster, okay. So you can find it. Okay, so I got it. So I just was trying to listen. So this is the image she wants Krista to have. This is the strength card. Here are some of the other scenarios. Okay, so the reason she chose this one is twofold. She wants Krista to remember her own strength, right? But she also wants her to know that she is literally always this close to Krista at all times. That close at all times. And when she's not feeling like she can do it, when she feels like, here, like she pointed out this particular one, when she feels like the weight is too heavy, you know, don't be scared, because I always get confused about, she called her mama or grandma, or I get confused about that. So I pause because I don't know what to call her. But don't worry so much if something seems challenging. Just go for it, knowing there's somebody right there. She's not just cheering you on. She's using her arms with your arms to help you move things. And this was another, like, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 little mini pictures, and then the major picture. But she wanted to point out this one with the 2 magnets as well, because that's how they are. That's how Krista and your mom and you, that's the nature of how you guys have been in the universe together for forever. These magnets. There's nothing that's going to separate them. Nothing. Mama. Okay. There's nothing. And because, the stuff, the action that makes magnets stick to each other, that force, that magnetism, that's invisible, but it still holds everything together. Just because she cannot see her doesn't mean she's not a literal force in your life, Krista. She's a literal, everyday, constant, almost as factual as gravity kind of force in your life every day. And she is this close at all times. I'm trying to hold it up there so that you can take a little picture for saving it, because she really wants you to. Oh, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. Hold on. Thank you, Kat. I get channely sometimes, and then I don't think with logical brain at all. Okay. Could you remind me when Krista's birthday is and when your mom's is? The color's got a little too crazy here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I sent the picture of that. I mean, your mom, here, I'm just curious now. Let's ask your mom to show you one. Hi, D Radio. How are you? Can we please get an image for Kat from her mom? D Radio. So you are... Hold on 1 second here. How are you on this day, evening, night, D Radio? I'm glad. Hold on, I'm gonna do this. Okay, yeah, welcome. Let us know about. I assume that's your birth date. You were born in Dallas. Is that the 28th? Does that makes you an Aries? I think. Yeah. Were you born in Dallas? Okay, can we please have an image for Kat from her mother that represents what Kat's mother wants to say, what Kat's mother wants her to see and look at, that connects the two of them together and serves as a reminder of whatever message she wants to relay. Can you please see and have a card for Miss Cat from her mother? Let's try again. Michigan. So tell me about this cat's mother. I already heard some of it. So this is interesting, Kat. This is for this deck. This is the Magician. Well, so right now I'm doing, these are two of Kitten Chop's decks. The smaller cards are the Playful Heart Tarot. This is the book for that. And Kitten Chops is the artist. She's also a graphic artist on the internet. She has all kinds of different things on her website, products, and just cute, interesting, like paintings and just like little knickknacks and items and stickers and all kinds of things. And so then she did like a sort of super large deck of collectors items, a bigger version. It's still an extension of the Playful Heart Tarot. It's the major arcana. And then she put the whatever one she decided was the final draft, but then she put some of the original sketches that she thought of when she thought of making that major arcana card, and some of the ideas she went through before deciding on a final selection. They're so big and beautiful, and they feel like they're buttery to the touch. It's crazy. Like they feel like a cross between like velvet and some kind of like super buttery thing. And when she made copies of these, they were all hand painted, and then she made graphic copies. And I know she sold a lot of these decks, but she prints them at her own home. She cuts all of them out from the sheets. She assembles all of them. She sends you little individualized notes. And she's working on another deck. I don't know. It may be finished already. It's called, but it's going to be called the Inner Child Tarot. She also does some other types of graphic art, like comic strip stuff that looks pretty different. But I have a lot of decks, but I'm obsessed with her stuff. But so Kat, so again, this is the Magician for this deck. And so what's interesting, so first of all, like the flowers that are the highest up on her cloak all represent a varietal of things. They represent all of the, earth, air, water, and fire. They represent even ether. There's a star here to represent ether from the universe. And then down below in some of the prototypes, you have like like a talking cat, and like magic in the home, interestingly enough, like where she's holding a light bulb, it just lights up on its own. And so when I like tuned in a little to like what she was, communicating more beyond the image, she was saying like she sends you messages through everything. She sends you messages through nature. Look at those flowers with faces. They're just watching everything, right? She's sort of like decided to be omnipresent in a way that she can touch all of the nature that surrounds and interact with it and sort of be expansive. And a lot of, I hear that from a lot of non-physical, but they all choose sort of to be different. She's really chosen to interact with just the natural world and some of your inner world, like in your house, because she's holding this light bulb. There's like a thermostat there. Um, look at her. So like that's her way of saying she sends you messages through little things like the electricity flickering, like she's been trying to send messages, right? um she engages with your pets here, which is funny because over here is like basically you holding the light bulb and looking at the thermostat, like why is all this stuff super weird? But then over here, look, here's the rabbit, and here's the girl pointing at the rabbit and talking about the light bulb lighting up. And while in other situations, right, that could be interpreted differently, she's saying like it's you going, you are everywhere, and that is you. That is you messing with my lights. I got it. Like it's you all over, figuring out that she's a little bit of everywhere. And it's also her saying like the things and confirmations you've gotten from the universe about your abilities, your connectedness, your awarenesses. That's not fallacy, that's fact. You, my daughter, are magic. You're a good balance of all these elements. You're not a pretentious magician up on a stage. You're there in the natural world working with the things that you have just been naturally given. But you are the magician of the major arcana. And you are aware there's magic in little things. And so she chooses to engage with, participate with, be part of, and send messages through those little things that you're so aware of. And it's interesting too, because a lot of times they sort of say, yeah, I'm doing magic for you. But what's interesting, again, about this rabbit, right, is the rabbit is usually the magician's assistant, right? So she's literally um, just like when she is behind you, right? She's saying, no, honey, you have a great capacity for magic. All I have to do is assist a little. That's all I have to do. Is there any nickname connection or whatever? Um, is there any nickname connection with bunny or rabbit or any symbolism for her? Or is it just the magician connection? It makes sense that way either way, but I'm just curious if like she had a nickname like bunny or rabbit, or if you had a stuffed baby rabbit or a pet rabbit, or if there's any connection there or not. It's crazy. I do a rabbit on my dresser and was drunk and kept saying I killed the rabbit. And now I just found out 2023 of the year is the year of the rabbit. Yeah, actually, one of the people hanging out in this room was from the year of the rabbit, um, and it's their year, and we've been talking about that a fair amount. What year are you? Do you know, D Radio? What year you are? Do you get flickery lights? I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't need to. Your mom knew. Hold on, I'm taking you a picture, Kat. You're the year of the rooster? Or the roaster? Here comes the rooster. Wait, what song is that? Is that a song? Yeah, he wants to. Oh gosh. So year of the rooster. I'm trying to figure out. I'll have to look at my deck here in a second and figure out what years that means. Okay. Okay, thank you. So that was that. I was hearing the right song in my head. What are you guys, ladies? Do you guys know what you are? I'm the year of the horse. I need to adjust some of this color that turned out to be a little bit nuts here. For cat.
No, you're not. You've had one piece for about 30 minutes. No, it is not.
Hold on here. I'm trying to fine tune this. Okay, let me save this so I can send this to you, Kat. You're the dog picks. So is Hubs. Ox. I think my brother's the year of the rooster. I think my brother's the year of the rooster. I think that's like 1983. Oh, here's my Chinese Chinese zodiac oracle deck here. Let's find the rooster here. Yeah, the rooster is 1981. Well, on this list anyway, 1957, 69, 81, 93, 2005, and 2017. The dog, I have a feeling picks you and my husband are the same year of the dog. The ox for Miss Cat, the horsey for me. You can clearly see through process of elimination, the rabbit is Joe. What kind of you've had angel decks, spirit deck, guardian deck, the Illuminati deck. You're still reading Writer's Wait. Think I'm about to get what kind of Egyptian deck? So you asked because I've got my decks here, so I'll show. But like for sure, I mean clearly, as you could hear from me yammering, I love all of the Kitten Chops stuff. It's really whimsical, and it speaks to the inner child a lot. And so this is the, I don't know if you're already here or not, but this is the smaller version of the Kitten Chops deck. Like, let's just see if we can find like a cool one here. That one's flipped upside down. Like this is, okay, so because it's so whimsical, this is how they did the Hanged Man or the Hanged One in this deck. It's a plant that has not decided to bloom yet. Like all of its little flower friends have bloomed, but it has not yet. It's remaining a bud. So that it's definitely one of my favorites. And then I have a lot of ones that I think are beautiful, but they don't talk to me as well. Sometimes you can have a really beautiful deck that's not very chatty, right? But the ones that I use a whole bunch are probably ones you've seen because a lot of them are mass produced. But like the Wandering Star Tarot, which like this is the Ten of Swords on that one. Let's find just like another example here. This is the Eight of Pentacles. So that's the Wandering Star. And then, so I use that one a fair amount. I use Ethany's Modern Love Tarot a lot for relationships, right? So let's see. I like that it's a diverse deck in all types of ways, right? Yeah, it exhibits, a lot of different types of relationships, not just a lot of ethnicities, but a lot of different, like a variety of cultures, as well as just like a lot of like, it honors a lot of older couples and people, which a lot of times decks seem to think that people don't age past the age of like 40. It's even, it's not ableist even, the deck. This is the six of wands. She literally did the Hanged Man as a guy like upside down in bed with his remote who just doesn't want to make a decision and leave. And like I love that the High Priestess actually is somebody that has lived a while. And she's holding pomegranates, which are like sort of like back to the garden, the real Garden of Eden, like historically. So that's Ethany's deck. Deck Crowley. Are you talking about like supernatural? What goes here that I didn't own the book? I couldn't figure out why this wasn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. I use the Good Karma Tarot a lot. And the this particular angel deck, the Angel Tarot, the Doreen Virtue Angel Tarot deck. Goes back in there. Then I have this one that I think like half of the world uses, the Light Seers Tarot. I think it was like just pretty clear to understand and interpret, and also sort of mass produced so everyone could have access to it in one way or another. I love the way they did the Eight of Swords, your deck collector D radio. Like, this is how they did the Eight of Swords, which is really cool. She's only trapped in her reflection. I had that one good deck. Angels, yeah. Yeah. The Doreen Virtue. Oh, there it is. I was like, what goes here? This is the Tarot of the Divine. You might like this one, D, if it's fairy tales, fables, and allegories from around the world. So it's from all different cultures. And in the book, they'll stop and tell you the story from that culture that ties into the card, right? And they did a pretty good job too at representing, people from Egypt, people from India, people from Africa, different groups from those various continents, Celtic legends, like Hawaiian and Samoan legends, Spanish and Mexican, even they use some like Mexican religious iconography for the mother. So they use like the Divine Mother, like Our Lady of Guadalupe. For temperance, look at temperance. Isn't that amazing? They use a lot of like knot work to represent things. This is, I can't remember which one this is, but it's the Six of Cups, and it's like two little Dutch kids sharing things. The Nine of Wands. This is this one was German fairy tale about something or other, but many flaming skulls. They even used the like American fable of John Henry as the Seven of Wands. It's this one's a pretty cool deck. Yes, Guadalupe, thank you. I knew it wasn't Lourdes, right? Because Our Lady of Lourdes looked different. They used, just sort of a traditional Rapunzel for the tower. So, if you're somebody that loves to read, also it's been great because it'll tell you just like a snippet from this cultural story, and then you can go and, research the story. The lovers are beautiful. It's a woman and her dragon. So this one's really cool. And again, that's the Tarot of the Divine. One deck, Beautiful Creatures, maybe. Are you talking about Lucy Cavendish? We're talking about the Lucy Cavendish, like with the artist that you like picks. Are you talking about the animal? Like I have all these the animal oracle deck, or Oracle deck wise, this is one of the most awesome things ever, the Lemurian Oracle. Just the artwork, speaking of artwork. And then in terms of Oracle, the Spirit Animal Oracle, and it's mostly animals, but sometimes totems of animals. Oh, the Cavendish? Yeah, okay, so here's the one I have. You have different one picks, but I have the Les Vampires, Lucy Cavendish, but she did do beautiful creatures, right? And they are very much like definitely oracles, right? My favorite one in this one is it Mrs. Havisham from Great Expectations, the one that gets left on her wedding day and stays in her wedding gown for the rest of her life, and her card winds up being the past of prison in her dress with like spiders on the wedding cake and things like that. But it is a cool literary reference. Yeah, big-eyed kids, right? Which is sort of like a cross between Precious Moments and I'm not sure what else. Let's see. The Last Day in the Light, which I'm not even completely sure how I would interpret that, right? But it almost looks like it probably doesn't read on the computer, but the way they did like paint the light is really beautiful on that particular one. From 60 to 70. What do you mean? The big-eyed kids? And then let's see what else is there around here. Oh, this is just this wonderful deck, which is the Mother Tarot. And they are square beauties. And they're really interesting metaphors, like the Seven of Pentacles. This is some sort of bird man in his nest in nature, watching over his eggs. So even the deck's called Mother. He's a good dad checking on his eggs. That's how they did the Hermit, which I think is interesting. She's got a guard. She's like sits on a cloud, and she's got a garden inside her mind, and she sort of just stays there on her own. I think they're just all decks are also interesting. Just even I'm going to look at my text, but they're also interesting just even as like a retrospective of one artist and seeing their interpretations of things here. Ooh, Big-Eyed Kids. Is this like the movie Big Eyes? Yeah, okay, Big Eyes.
So where do you want me to put this pizza? I don't know where that is. Where is the bank? Is that in South Carolina?
Yeah. I saw the pic I got, or the what I got from you, Kat, goes to just a whole bunch of the big-eyed kids. That's what you wanted it to be, right? Or are you trying to zone in on the one that looks like Summer? Oh, birthday dinner. Okay, for a second I was like, oh no, it's Kat's birthday. It's not Kat's birthday. It's one of the girls' birthday. Thank you, Kat, for being here. You're on, are you on? Are you on Venmo? Well, I'll text you. That seems like a weird thing for me to ask, like this second. Nails, what color will you do? Oh, and the kids are off from school tomorrow too, so that'll be fun as well. In the 60s and 70s. There'll be a lot more pics because I'm going to have to hustle because my body couldn't keep up with that job. I mean, I've only been disabled for a decade and a half. I don't know why I'm surprised, but I'll start doing I'll try twice a day, like an earlier and a later is going to be my goal here in the future. And then I'm for sure going to do like some pick-a cards. And then like if the room ever gets busy, you know, I'll have you guys to be like, shorten it, cut it out, knock it off. Let's make this functional. Hold on a second. I'm turning this off just so I can take my medication. Oh, this kitty is so pretty. Well, it's going to have to. I'm going to have to do that in order to make sure my family doesn't starve. Oh, the nail lady always gets to call the shots. That's exciting, actually. I like surprises like that. That's nice. Hold on, Betty. 1 second. Hi, Claudia. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I got meds wrenched down my throat, so that's one thing done. I hope Miss Cat has a good time at the party, and I can't wait to see her nails. I miss that was my thing too before, like getting acrylics. I love that very, 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 very much. Before. So later on, Miss Pix, I will like figure out the timestamps of sort of technically when we started, what was going on for Krista, and when it stops, so that she doesn't have to like dig through the muck. I was hoping to do it a few nights ago, like I was planning to return, and then like my pain condition flared in a way that hasn't happened in years. Joe, was hanging out with me. Like, every once in a while I might make pouty noises when things really suck, but like I was openly full on crying from the pain. And then I had 2 migraines outside of that were, I don't know what happened. I don't really know. And, like I was in a position where I was like, had a point where I was anticipating feeling better. And so I wish I knew what caused all that, because it sucked. Yeah, I remember I said something actually at the beginning of this live, Claudia. I talked about you a little bit, and just said, like, hey, if you see this, I did a bunch of research on that photograph, actually, a bunch. And then I did a private rod reading, like private, like by myself, so that I could ask any like rough question I sort of wanted to ask in order to be useful, and not have to like trigger you in any way. I mean, some of the information you receive eventually, might be a little triggering, but you just don't have to hear the whole process. And so anyway, at the beginning, I talked about that. And then I also talked about how I thought it was awesome that you had hit the ground running with the doctor stuff. And that, you had sort of said towards the end of last year, and I'd given you a reading saying, hey, don't leave too far from home yet, but it talked about all the things you could do to get your ducks in a row while you were waiting around there, and pursuing health and disability and things like that were on the list. And you have hardcore pursued health, going, to get monitors put on to check things and get things blasted off, and like you've been doing a great job at staying motivated and doing that. Okay, so Claudia had sent me a photograph, and that was something relevant to a reading that she'd wanted. And so it wasn't something she sent publicly or anything like that, but it was tied into the reading that I owe her, because it came with like a question attached to the picture. And then I really extremely fundamentally disagreed with another person's assessment of the picture, which may be uncomfortable because it's a person I love a whole bunch, but like I really disagreed by looking at it. And then I also, the intel I was getting from Spirit was really different. And then because of that, if things are in contrast, then I try to do a lot of scientific research too, and get a lot of different like scientific opinions on things of that nature, so that not only am I getting stuff from the divine, but I look it up to see, is that even possible, or am I skewing the message? And so it's very useful when the angels saying matches like what the scientists are saying, and that kind of stuff makes me feel more accurate. So I got a lot of information. I also consulted a couple of nurses and a midwife and a doctor, because I didn't want to be in disagreement with another person that had seen the picture and then have it seem arbitrary or like conflict, because I certainly wasn't seeking conflict. It's just I immediately had a different reaction. And then of course, when you have a different reaction, you go, okay, am I nuts? Let's gather as much freaking information as possible. So, but yeah, so anyway, but also I really was saying at the beginning about, like, I think it's awesome you're doing stuff for your health. I mean, that's huge. You're using the time, like I know you were by now sort of hoping to be living elsewhere, but I think whenever it is time in some months to move, it'll be way less scary to move away or move somewhere new when you already have recently seen doctors and you know what's going on with you and what you have. Some things like the cancer stuff has been repaired, right? And or at least is in the process of being, repaired and addressed. So it's like you're not like moving and worrying about like something festering. Like, I think it's all really great. Well, and this is a question I genuinely have, Claudia. So the way you told it to me, without revealing like too much information, I'm not going to like put the picture on the internet, right? But the way you sort of told me this was you had a rash, right? And you were sending a picture of a rash, and then someone else saw your stomach and said, "What is that scar?" But up until then, you had not considered it a scar. Is that correct? Like you were showing another feature, and then the person said, "What the heck?" Okay, so all of the medical people I talk to, their opinion is really different about what that is. Well, hello, Ralph Bond. How are you? Fortified wine or beta bud? What's beta bud? Can you answer? Are you a robot, or can you answer the question? Is it like alpha? I mean, I smoke, so what's beta bud? Okay. Yeah, have you heard of beta bud picks? Fortified wines. I assume that like is either nutritionally fortified or alcohol, like they add additional alcohol. I'm not sure. Fortified wines or beta bud. Beta bud. Well, I am curious enough that I am Googling it. That's a dollar sign. It's a bod? A bot? Okay. Hold on here. I still want to know beta bud. Hold on here. Anheuser-Busch InBev Bud Beta. Beta is a measure of risk commonly used to compare the vitality of stocks. Beta 5-year for Anheuser-Busch. I'm not sure. And then there's Beta Me Wellness Medical Marijuana Place. So it's a little bit all over the place here. Okay, come on. I'm trying to find the upside. There's the upside down smiley face. Okay, there we go. I was able to answer. Maybe not. Maybe not. Read the font. I'm thinking I may start that visual board and doing like a book nook. Are you talking about like a vision board for the year? I still want to do like sometime soon. It's just the beginning of my year like was rough in terms of like treatments and other stuff, and then as soon as like I resumed normal, it got worse for just a second, like just like 2 or 3 days, but it was nuts. But I would love to do like a live stream where we do vision boards. For your current house or for the yellow house? Yellow house. Where would it I've seen some pictures of the yellow house. Would it be there we go. Okay. Answering. And I've given some readings, people have little follow-up questions. So yeah, I mean, I think you should. Somebody just said something. Said the price is going to drop further. Before when? Seems like before February. How much does it have to drop for you guys to be interested? Because maybe putting that number out there would be a good idea. Yeah, they're saying by February. It feels like they're saying by 7. So I don't know if that's 7 whole grand or if it's 7%. I think it's grand. I mean, like I would probably ask the question, what changed? Now, the answer is probably the market based on how it's going, right? But just to confirm that not anything else, like it's not like something else all of a sudden corroded or whatever. I don't know. 7 grand feels like a lot when it's not. When it's not super expensive anyway. I wonder how could I get, what could I use to get like a numerical reply? Oh, hold on a second here. Brain. Okay. I have an idea. Ow, 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 ow. My bone. Careful, my bones. It's from 30 Rock. Well, here's a deck that I haven't messed with for a while because I was going to be sitting. Here's another deck. Oh my goodness. Girl. Decks. Just sitting here. Here's a deck that I doodled on. Hold on. We'll bring the blue one up too. These are half open. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if this says. I think this is when we were making decks a long time ago. Let's see. Scent pick. Interestingly, I don't think I've ever seen it quite from that angle before. I've seen a lot like of the backyard and side yard. What is on this side? So there's a power line on one side that's really running close. Is that what's runs along that side of the property? The same side as the power lines. So when we were making those decks, this is my daily deck number 1. It looks like I called it the murder deck, like the murder deck. I bet you. Let me see which cards are in here because I'm curious. This was not what I was trying to pull from before, actually, but. Or maybe it's Mundeck, like a mundane deck. Because so far it's like. It's like little stuff. Adulthood, grown up, college age, or newly away from home. Baby, infant, toddler. Husband, sibling. Cancer. Beautifully bisexual. Happily polyamorous. Daughter, cheating. Partner doesn't know. Stepchild, wife. Child or kiddo. Scorpio, Virgo, Leo, mother, parent-child relationship, parent-teen relationship, adult with dependents, Aries, preteen, patriarch, Sagittarius, Gemini, gay gentleman, Aquarius, sun, girlfriend, open relationship, partner knows, matriarch, family, queen, Pisces, sexual arrangement, joyfully monogamous, Libra, commitment, solid duo, parent and adult child relationship, grandmother, grandfather, Capricorn, Taurus, stepfather, stepmother, teenager, boyfriend, unexpected helper, beautiful ancient, parent of adult children, lesbian, advanced adult, no children, young adult, father, twins and other multiples, twisted love, temporary or permanent villain, more harmful. Vacancy, leaves their family spot open. That'll be interesting to shuffle with. But I wanted to get just a plain deck for numbers here. It's feeling it would, not by much. That'd be great. Scent pick. It looks worse than it is. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I was just curious, just because it is a railroad. I literally was just going to ask you if there's a railroad track there. And then literally I scroll down to the second picture and see the railroad crossing sign. But is the railroad literally right there? Is the railroad literally like right down the side of that house? No. Is it like, so there's the sign, because I kept thinking, so there's the sign, is that saying like it's in 2 streets down or something? Hold on. I love that. I think it looks over the back, that top, like sort of, it looks like it might be like window seat almost on the top floor, the way it's boxed, like it's sort of a boxy thing. Okay, I wanted to get out a plain number deck really quick. That's at the top of the stairs, a block away. And how often do trains come through? Oh my gosh, this is another deck I made. I just didn't mark the box. Well, I'll be darned. What kind of one is this? I think it looks like I started it but didn't finish it. What do these say? Office worker, direct client contact, content email, office worker, sales position, office human resources, marketing office, office worker IT, office worker creative inventor designer, office worker payroll and accounting, office worker contract negotiation, product liability, legal team, upper management, CEO. Interesting. So I was starting to work on a deck about jobs. So we'll open a different deck to use to figure out money. Yeah, the window seat. That's the word I was looking for. Maybe I managed to say it. I don't know. I don't remember. Look, man. Red or blue for Pixie? Blue, okay. Regular deck. Okay, so let's open this up and try and use it numerologically. Okay, to our angels, archangels, my angels and archangels and guides, to Pix's angels, archangels, and guides. I'm going to do some shuffling. Can we please use this deck of playing cards with all of these beautiful numbers to see if we can get any replies about Pixie's yellow house. Pixie's angels, archangels, and guides. My angels and archangels and guides. Can you please show us, just so we can learn a new method, some facts, numerology, not numerology, but numerological number facts about the yellow house that Pixie would like to purchase. Someone knocking? Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Shuffling. Every day we're shuffling. So, okay. Can we please, guides and angels, thank you so much for all that you do for us and your help. We're trying to learn a new way of looking at things in regards to Pixie and the yellow house. Can we start off by seeing, please, how much money? I heard you guys say a number that I've already said. Can we please see how much money they're going to take off the original listing price when next time they list it? Can you show us how much money they're going to remove from the original listing price the next time they list it? The first one was this. It wasn't a number. So in my head, I asked for a number card. They just said $7,000, right? Kooky kooks? I don't think so. Right? So let's put all these back in the deck here. Let's ask so let's say theoretically that that's right. You know, that the next time they list it, they're going to ask for $7,000 less, right? Which it puts it at like 25. So that sort of makes sense because that's like a square number, right? So let's see though if 25. Okay, guys, assuming that that's accurate and 25,000 is the asking price. Hold on, I got some the wrong way somehow here. Okay. So if the asking price is 25,000, how much less, how much more could be removed from that price and have them still accept the offer? How much more money could Pixie and Mr. Dust remove from the asking price of 25,000 that they would still accept the offer? How much more money could they remove from the offer and still have it be a yes, have it be an accepted offer? Okay. How much more money could they remove and still have their offer accepted? Okay. So we have 8. Got the number 8. Now, is that 800 or 8,000? Let's see, how are we going to figure it out? 8 would put it down. Well, 8 would put it drop below. If it was 8,000, it would drop it below 20. What's what you would hope to get it for? 25? Okay, so 8,000 or 800, because Thank you. No, I'm trying to figure out how we will answer 1,000. Okay. If it is 8,000, please help us see only face cards. If it is not only 1,000, so can we please see? It's 8,000. Can we please see face cards? If it's 800, can we please see number cards? So they're saying, okay, so I got a face card, which is like 8,000, but then I got a 2,200. Okay, so, and then they started talking. So there's going to be something like in the inspection, I feel like it's roof related. And it's going to knock, it seems like it's going to knock, maybe it might be between 800 and 2,200 off the price. But it's talking like about the roof, which you would think like if it was going to be like shingled, like would it be, how much is the average? I don't know how much. Okay, on average, how much does it cost to have your roof re-shingled? What can you repair on a roof that costs $800? Sorry. Oh gosh, I hope I didn't snore. Look at the conversation. I'm sorry, you guys. Hold on a second. It's not meds, actually. It probably was an absence seizure, and then go on rest. Hold on a second here.
I'm here, by the way.
But you must have been asleep for quite some time. I had like an absence seizure or something when I was looking down, and then I dozed off. So I just woke up and started talking because they were talking to. I don't know if you've been here that long because they've been talking about if I'm awake.
No, I must have missed
Not been
some of
awake.
that. Yes. Yeah. Well,
Yes, we didn't notice any damage. Saw where it had been repaired. I wonder. Look at that first pic before the porch. Her meds are kicking in. Joe, you awake? Oh no, what do we do? Can you call her? I'll try calling it. Yeah, my volume is permanently off. I didn't snore. It's okay. Yeah, it probably was an absence seizure just based on the timing. The timing of when I took my last thing. Anyway, what happened was I was looking down and I was doing research on what the heck on roofs. That's when I fell asleep. Could cost between $800 and $2,200. But then, even though I dozed off or whatever, does it have a chimney? Because I had a dream about. It's good that I woke up, but so thank you, because I've joking the test. I've fallen asleep like this for like 8 hours, and it sucks. The roof of the porch is the chimney. Okay, so I had a dream about the chimney, like it was gonna need like something restructured, like maybe there had been like maybe it didn't have one of those thingies at the top, so it like stuff had leaked down and maybe interfered with the stone, but they rebuilt the chimney or did something. Now that I'm awake though, I want to Google is would that cost between $800 and $2,200? I bet it might. Fixing the chimney for $800 to $2,200. Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. How much does chimney repair cost? Repairing a chimney costs on average between $160 to $750, or an average of $455. So that's interesting. So 800 would be the it needs to come out. Wait, the roof of the porch or the whole thing? Converted to a gas. Okay, so you're right. So probably it needs more. And what were you going to say about the roof of the porch? Does it need to be torn down or something, or just that area needs shingles? I'm just wondering because they're saying you could knock it down between 8 and 2,200, which means in the inspection you got to look, right, for something. I mean, if you can get more, that'd be amazing. But it seems to me like it felt really, we got those 8s really consistently. So it feels like they really are going to drop it down to the ripe old round number of 25,000, right? But it's going to be through the inspections that you can get shit knocked off. The eave of the porch roof. How's the flooring and does it have do you guys do basements in Louisiana? Or is it like just crawl spaces?
what is a crawl space?
Well, okay, so some people call it a crawl space, and to me it looks like a full basement, right? But and I think it is, and then there's some that look like the size of a full basement, but they're called a crawl space because they didn't really like the floor's still not like really concrete. It's sort of dirt, and then it's like block cinder walls or limestone walls, right? And so it's not really like sealed off from the elements. And
I see.
then a crawl space around where I am, right? There's a basement, right, which protects you from the tornadoes. And technically, a crawl space could, but a crawl space, like my last house that was built in like 1920, whatever, had a crawl space, not a basement. And it was like this little hatch, not even like a cellar door, like a little hatch um, that you could go into, and like literally like you'd have to crawl around. There were certain places where maybe you could sit up a little bit, but you'd have to crawl around and get to different parts underneath the house and see where certain outlets or pipes were or whatever. So it's a way you can still get under the house and fix things, but it really like you're army crawling your way through there. And there was one time with Kiddo and I when it was a real bad tornado warning, and I didn't want to just go in the bathroom and hope, right? Because the house was pretty small. So I was like out there because luckily they had added on to the house I lived in a little bit, right? And so the garage was there, where the crawl space was like in one of the walls of the garage. It used to have been the outer wall, but now it was inside. So we went into the garage, and I literally was shoving cats and dogs into the crawl space. And then I put him in my little like baby thing, that you wear your baby with, and I scooted in on my back so he just wouldn't get in contact with anything. And it was one of those long siren ones because it's pretty close to where you are. So we just like laid in the dark. I mean, I think I had like a flashlight on my phone, which is good. I crammed animals in there, and we laid in the dark on my cell phone while the tornado went off. What's I don't know. I'm gonna look up hearing being later. And the floors are not bad. There's a couple spots you need to. The only thing we couldn't check was the main beams under the house. The dad said that was.
Yeah, your sound is a bit muffled, actually. She's right. I don't know if there's something blocking the microphone or.
I don't know. Is that
Oh,
better?
that is better.
Huh. It's been sitting there the whole time, but I'm not sure what happened. So I'll just relocate it. Is that better?
That's fine, I think.
Okay. That's better. Okay. Jimmy said, I need to tell you about the trafficker house one day. So this one wasn't a traffic house, right? And do you mean drugs or people? I hope you mean drugs, to be honest. That's so weird. I don't know like if it's one of these little snowball ones, right? But this leg, I have put it back on 1,000 times and it will not stay on. And so I cannot like get it to stand up, so it just lays on its side, like next to me, so I can do some ASMR. Okay.
Oh, they trafficked women. Oh my.
Hi, Jenny. Mr. Dust. No, it was in Texas. Women. Okay, tell me more. Wait, so it was when y'all were living in Texas? About chicka wow wow women. Is that what you mean by bow chicka wow wow? Are you talking about hookahs? Trafficked though. I hope they were all grown ups. The one good thing, and I still want to know more about the trafficked house. Like, is it one that you lived in, or was it on your block, or whatever? But my 20s house, right, was on a street where 3 houses across, like the year before, had been busted as meth houses. So one of them had to be knocked down because it was so toxic chemically they couldn't resell it. And another one, they had done most of their meth cooking in the shed or something out back. So they had to knock down the shed, but the house was fine. I don't really know the answer about the third, but I always wondered, like, if they had to knock 2 structures down because of the toxicity level, what does that mean for the rest of the neighborhood? Oh, Jimmy worked with a friend of his doing flipping houses, and when guy bought this, when they found the hidden room with bed, sink, hidden room. Oh my god, that is trafficking. I mean, oh gosh, I hope it's trafficking and not just one-on-one kidnapping. That's really scary. A veterinarian. It's always the guys that like, not always, that's an exaggeration, but it's often the guys or people that like animals better because they believe they're kinder than people, which I guess that's probably not completely wrong. But, it's always the animal guy, and then you don't expect the animal guy. He would take them to Mexico. So he'd keep them in his house for a bit and then take them to Mexico. And then what? Like, he'd bring some back from Mexico. Like, so was he the middleman? Were they like they were right there in the room, or like did he traffic like where they were guests and people just didn't question it? Woke up. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm glad he's in jail. I'm glad he's in jail. I assume he's in jail. Please tell me he's in jail. Whoops, somebody's wandering around. Well, that's good. I hope he got a lot of jail. I mean, yeah, I hope he got a lot of jail. That's how George got the house so cheap. Nobody else wanted the bad karma trafficking house. And he was like, you know what? I can sage it. And I didn't do it. And I have an extra room too. What do you mean? Where was it? Like in a shed, or they take one of those she sheds and turn it into a room? They basically built a chicken coop for a lady. That's classy.
For a bird.
Hmm?
Well, they call girls birds, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's intense. I mean, honestly, with my situation, I mean, I sure hope no one ever passed, right? But if they had, I would have not enjoyed being anywhere near that place. Tell me what was freaky. I mean, of course, the story is freaky, right? But I think, Monkey, how are you? Saldada, the Grand Wizard of Goblina. I think, Monkey. I like that name.
That's kind of what people are, right?
How are you tonight? What brings you in? Are you somebody we know under a different name? People often have multiple, monikers. Pink monkey. Oh, yeah, you could be somebody we know. Well, I mean, through the like, you could be somebody we know from the internet, considering this is a brand new name. But okay, that's fine. I wasn't sure. I just figured you, even if we don't know you, I figured you started over recently if you just opened this channel. But anyway, regardless, it's nice to meet you. Are we allowed to? People are careful about their information on the internet. Are we allowed to know what part of England you hail from? Joe is also a very proud non-American in this group. Is that fair to say, Joe?
I don't know if my pride comes from not being American. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like where I'm from, but I like Americans.
That's generous of you, Northwest near Liverpool. And so, well, golly, it's about noon there. I always lose when we do silly daylight savings. I can never figure out if we're 6 or 7 hours apart during that time frame. Quite all right. The gentleman, I don't believe, was too offended.
You have any particular book in mind?
Hey, now you reading whore. Not Pixie, you Joe, the reading whore.
I was wondering if you wanted to fall asleep. Yeah, I've been accused of that.
No, no what?
No book in mind, I imagine.
Oh, anything. Oh, Claudia said you've been to Stratford upon Avon. So you've been basically, you did like the Shakespeare walk or something, Miss Claudia? Alice in Wonderland. Jam tomorrow, jam yesterday, but never jam today. Well, that sounds fun.
3 weeks in England does sound fun.
Yeah, Scotland and Ireland. Got Scots wise in my family tree. They're all from outside, just outside Glasgow. There's not much diversity. Not that there's a lot of diversity, you know, on the Irish front too, but there a lot of them are from. Some of them still, I guess, live in an area called County Clare. Or anything about fairies. Ooh, the squash fairy books. That would be fun. Is it Mrs. Nottingham? Now I've got to figure it out. The squashed fairies. Lady Coddington. I knew it was Lady something. Lady Coddington's pressed fairy book, The Squashed Fairies by Brian Froud. Froud. Somebody's narrated it now.
I used to work with some British people, and they told me that I sound Welsh, but I don't hear that.
Three Nights in Scotland. Is there a bridge where you can drive over? I didn't. I guess I didn't know that. I thought it was always a boat or a little biplane. I didn't. Did you know that, Joe?
A bridge from where to where?
Well, Stratford upon Avon, which is in the English area, right? And then drove over to Scotland. Drive from. Now I'm Googling it. Scotland.
Well, I guess we could ask Pink Monkey.
Maybe. I assume they shall answer if they feel so inclined. And I'm gonna, in the meantime, I shall look it up on my lonesome. So, to go from Stratford upon Avon to Scotland, just generically no city, it is 6 hours and 46 minutes. 11 ways to travel via train and bus and car. So clearly, there is either a bridge or a land bridge. I always think of it as an island. Maybe I'm just stupider than I thought.
It's a bunch of islands, isn't it?
I mean, that's sort of what I thought, but let me look at this picture of a map. Pink Monkey, I think you might have left, but if you are still here, could you clarify some stuff? Okay. When Chef and drove over, I learned where threesome was there. No, you can drive from England to Scotland. We did the car on the highway. Is there a bridge or it's a land bridge? Well, look at there. There's like there's a large portion of land that that rolls right into the UK. So nope, it's not separated at all, Joe. I don't know if it's just because I assumed because Ireland was a full ass island. I assumed Scotland was a full ass island.
What's your favorite part of London? Of the 3 days that you spent there, where did you have the most fun?
London is a strange, enchanting town. And if you've heard, London bridges have no intention of falling down. London is London. Anyone in doubt about it, London. London is springtime. Cockney champagne. Let's see here. Did the car on the highway the last 3 days spent like the teddy bear museum or and the airport? I bet you how were you a kid? Were you a kiddo when you went, Miss Claudia, or was it a family trip in adulthood? Was it for Pixie? Pixie, I was going to ask their thing held down.
College, okay.
The Grand Reset of Gabalina. And the bushes. I was freaky. Oh. Joe and I were talking about this the other day. My family tree has got to be inbred a lot just because of some of the rules of Ireland up until not terribly long ago about like cousin matrimonies and things. But my family tree, is just two branches in Scotland and one branch in Scotland and one in Ireland, really. The Scots side, on the Scots side, there is a little bit of a mixture with there's one or two like proper British people, right? And then on the Irish end of the thing, there's one or two proper Welshmen. But basically, that's just um, I dropped everything.
I didn't even know they had a teddy bear museum. It
Oh
sounds
yeah,
interesting, though.
it's where Paddington was born.
Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. The museum I went to was much, much less cheerful. It was the Imperial War Museum. And my goodness.
Part Scottish. I can actually, now I'm picturing your mama. Do you know what part of Scotland like her people hail from? I'm always so bad with cardinal directions. Eastern European is like Italy, France, parts of Germany, right?
East Europe would be like Croatia
Oh,
and
northeast. That's west. I'm talking about west, aren't I?
yeah,
Croatia. What about Spain? Doesn't it land in the middle, sort of?
I think Spain is probably one of the more western parts of Europe. Because they own the Canary Islands, right? Where that volcano was.
Ooh, volume went up. Okay. Who's muffled? Am I muffled again?
You're a little better now.
But am I muffled? I think this thing rolled over again. Is that better?
Oh yeah, it is.
It rolls over.
You need to give it a name like Beethoven or something.
Or Stumpy because he's missing a leg.
Yeah, I think Eastern European would be like Romania, Yugoslavia, those places that were behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, I went west.
Yeah,
Although west is still east to me.
of course. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm not one muffled. Oops. Can you please show us, since we've got this little deck out, if Mr. and Mrs. Dust were to let's let Red Card team know what Card team yes are Mr. and Mrs. Dust likely to purchase the yellow house this year? Is Mr. and Mrs. Dust likely to purchase the house?
Okay, I think you're muffled again.
How?
Okay, your volume went up and you were fine. Sorry, it was your volume.
Uh-huh. So black was yes, right? And red was no, like stop. So it was, are Mr. and Mrs. Dust likely to make an offer on that house in this coming year? And look at this. All three black. So that's a yes. But muffled.
That could be part of the appeal.
Let's see. So are Mr. and Mrs. Dust, with black being yes and red being no, are Mr. and Mrs. Dust likely to make their offer on the yellow house before June 1st? Are Mr. and Mrs. Dust likely to make an offer on the house before June 1st? Let's find out. Black meaning yes, red meaning no, please. Okay, so 1 black and 1, 2, 3, 4 red. So not before June 1st. Okay, I know. Picks when's what's Hub's birth month? I always forget what his sign is. Hi Nook. Hi love. September. Okay. And I'm looking at my calendar. Are you a Sag or a Libra? Right back at you. Hold on a second here. When in September is Mr. Dust? Oh yeah, you're the 13th. I should have remembered that. When is he in September? You know, Joe is in September. Very close to Joe's birthday. Can I ask what year? What year for Mr. Dust? I'm having the funny feeling it could be the same year as Joe. Maybe. So Nook, I have had health-wise a roller coaster situation, but I have been chomping at the bit to find out what that. You sent me a picture of a ring, did you not? It was a very pretty ring, first of all. 72. Okay. It's a little bit off. I thought it was in 72 though was one of my roommates and like oldest friends. She's 72, but she's March. She's a Pisces. But Joe here, Joe is a Virgo, just like Mr. Dust.
On behalf of Virgos everywhere, thanks for putting up with us.
You're not welcome. I thought that that's what that meant. I mean, it's beautiful, and it's close. It's pretty close. It's interesting. It's pretty close to like I've never seen another ring as close to like the one I have, actually. Yeah, I imagine you didn't. I mean, it was sometimes in your readings that, like, he was going to be making grand gestures and things of that nature from time to time. But, there at that point, right? I don't know about this point, but at that point, it seems sort of like a cover your own ask move. Um, mhm.
Somebody has to, yeah. Well, all the same, thanks for it being you among others.
I thought I saved. My phone's been weird, but I thought I saved your name with the ringing. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, first of all, it's beautiful. And face blue smiling. It's a beautiful ring. Can I show the picture online? Like I would hold it up. Yeah. Okay. I see. Beautiful ring. Engagement ring. Are people able to see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. Well, no, no feedback means Poppet is dum dum. But I'm gonna show you mine now because again, it's crazy. I have not seen. I think it's probably from the same like line of jewelry in the same place or something. because yours is oval and it's a much bigger stone. Hold on, let me remove this one so it's just not distracting. But it's got the same like prongs, you know, and the rose. I think yours is rose gold, right? And yours is a pretty oval. But yours has I'm going to look now, hold on. Yours has a aura around it too. Halo, that's what they say. I'm sorry, not aura. Let me find it. Yeah, see, yours has the multi like band approach. It looks like the rose gold. It's got a halo. It's just much prettier stone, like solid. Oh, hold on, I'm trying to line up that. There we go.
Yeah, you got it.
But I think that came from like the same companies.
There's a family resemblance.
Mine. Yeah. See, mine is rose gold and white gold. So, like the band. The band is white gold, and then there's, you know, in the halos, one of the stripes is rose gold, and it goes white gold, rose gold, white gold. I think they came from the same place. Oh, I think nail lane is fancier. Um, mine didn't happen like my situation. There was not like a proposal or anything. There was a long-term alcoholic / drunk partner suddenly telling everybody that we were getting married and it was going to be in a few months. And so we did. We had a child, so we did. And then like a year and a half later, he said, I want to build my credit at a jewelry store. You think like you'd want anything? And I said, well, if we could find something we could pay off right away, you know, like it'd be nice to have a wedding, like a ring to go with some, you know. So he got it for credit building, and it was not Neil Lane. It was Hellsberg. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, your center diamond, that's pretty big, dude. I don't want to put you too on the spot, but how do you feel in front of Athens Theater? How did you feel about that? I mean, you said yes, right? And I know you love him. You know, that's never been in question, right? Nor has it really been in question that he loves you, even when there's been some upset. But I'm curious. I'm curious if it came after a period of, like, had things gotten really good? I guess that's what I'm asking. And so he was like, hey, we made it through that sort of rough patch. And so we're going to make it through this, like, life. It's a beautiful ring. He clearly even thought about the proposal ahead of time. Do you guys, are you doing planning? Like wedding planning? I need to ask the cards again about Pixie. Will Mr. and Mrs. Dust make Will Mr. and Mrs. Dust make an offer and have it be accepted on the yellow house before the end of 2023? Will Mr. and Mrs. Dust bid and have their bid accepted on the yellow house before the end of 2023? There's 4 cards. 3 black, 1 red. So before the end of 2023. So not in the next 6 months, but in the next year. I was surprised. I did say yes, but I still have my radar on it. But it did. We had a good stretch, and I think he's taking me seriously. Tell me why. 2, 4, 2, 4? Is that why? No, wait. 4, 4, 4, 2, 2, 4, which equals 4, 4, 4, 4. Is that why? I mean, I know that you're very aware and you're into tarot and numerology. Oh, it just ended up like that? Well, you're into all that stuff, and it's April, the 4th month, the 4th day, so 4, 4, right? And then 2024. So 4, 4, 2, 2, 4, but 2 plus 2 is 4. So 4, 4, 4, 4. 4 fours, and 4 in numerology is the number of family. 444 is the family number. Well, how did you come to choose the day, though? Like if it's 4/24, right? So it's over a year out, which no biggie, right? Like you guys already live together and raise your beautiful family. But what do you mean it ended up like that? Is there going to be like a trip to Vegas or something? Ooh, venue did discount on Thursday. Oh, I mean, that's a significant savings. Well, I know it's a ways out, but I'm not asking this because you're engaged, because I don't believe that's why you would get engaged. Um, are you expecting again? You can text me if it's too early to answer that. Okay, guides and angels and archangels. This is about Mr. and Mrs. Dust, who will have their offer accepted. No, okay. I wasn't sure. Okay, so will they, this offer that they're going to make and have it be accepted by the end of the year? My second part of the question, I powered down for a second. No, not that you know of. Okay. It was just a weird, I had a weird, I mean, I know I'm dozing and I had a seizure a little while ago, but like, it was a weird visual that I got that sometimes can mean pregnant, and even like, depending on which symbol I see, like a gender, which is interesting. So Mr. and Mrs. Death, their offer that will be accepted. If the room became okay. Will they put in an offer of less, the offer that's accepted, will they be able to offer less than 20,000? Let's see. Okay. Definitely not less than 20,000, but I just thought I'd be. Actually, it's interesting about the symbolism. So if I have had pregnancy like prediction dreams, um, for years it took me some time to figure it out, but um, so usually in the dream, like I am calling someone and finding out they're pregnant, or I'm letting them know they're pregnant, which is weird. But so in the dream or vision, it'll be like that. But then one of two things will happen. The woman that's pregnant will either stand there, and if she stands there very still, like smiling, excited about being, a new mom or expectant mother or whatever, if she stands there and suddenly her legs turn into roots and grow into the ground, and she sort of turns into a tree, then I know that she is pregnant and she's going to have a boy. And then if I have the same dream about like being told or telling them that they're pregnant or whatever, and then I see her in my dream standing there, sometimes sitting. But what happens in this case is like she's wearing like, I don't know, summery clothes, so like shorts and a crop top or something. And all of a sudden, like she's like her body hair starts to grow really thick, and it's usually bright red. And so it'll be like her arms will like, bright red hair will go down her arms and her legs, and like you'll see a little maybe on the tummy or whatever, like at the top of the short line or whatever. So and then I know they're having a girl. So if they grow hair with like wild, and the hair on their head goes, and a lot of the times it is like this almost like scarlety color. I don't know why that is, but in my dreams, if they're a tree, they have a boy, and if they're very hairy, they have a girl, and that's been true over and over again. So if you want me to think pink, I actually need to think disgustingly hairy. Not that hair is disgusting, but it's like this crazy Sasquatch dream. How are your boys though? How are they? Like, did they have a good holiday? Are you okay, Joe?
Yeah, I was just thinking I would like Pixie to design a T-shirt of a red hairy Sasquatch leaning against a tree.
So twins.
Yeah,
Well, and so she could like she's so good at like fun designs. She could do one for each, right? And then both. And then I guess it could be like I wonder how it could be. I guess it could be two trees side by side if it was boy twins and two hairy women. I don't know how to do twins. I mean, if it was twins and the tree was there, right, you could put like hash marks in the tree where it's like two, or if it's triplet boys, you could do three, with a heart around it or something. And I guess the hairy woman could have a tattoo with a number on it. Okay, I heard you guys. If Mr. and Mrs. Dust make an offer of $23,000, will their bid be accepted by the end of the year? $23,000. Let's see. No. Did I go too high this time? If they, let's see, make a bid of 20,000. If they make a bid of 20,000, will they be accepted by the end of the year? Whoa, hold on, that's too many. Hi. Okay, next one. Fall breaks. Ah, technically, it was. Yes. These are between 20,000 and $800 less than 25,000. Good. Great holiday. I think we are trying two business years to see how it speeds. Oh, good. What does he say? Oh, I'm gonna mute and turn my camera off just for a second because I'm running down the hall. So I want to come back and read what he says. So I'll be right back with what his like first like significant words were, or the words that he likes enough to repeat. And I'm curious if like they are food words or toy. And I'm curious if they're food words or toy words. So I'll be right back. But let us know, Nick, if it like what Quincy's words are. Touch this. That's what he said. I'll be right back. Like, is that a toy that he doesn't want you to touch? Be right back.
Uh, was it 20,000? I think because I think 23 was too high, and so she asked about 20. We could ask her when she comes back, but I think it was 20. So today is a holiday in the U.S. Is
Yep.
okay.
Pixie. So it said no on under 20. I asked, if they would accept any bid under 20,000. It said no several times. And then I asked I asked very specifically if it 23,000 and it said no, but then I thought, okay, that could just be because it's like specific, right? So then I said, could they possibly go down to 20,000? And it was like a tie, and I did a tiebreaker, and the answer was yes. It could go down as far as 20,000, but that's going to have a lot to do with if you guys are sticklers about the um, appraisal. But there's another word for it.
Inspection.
Inspection. I almost said investigation. Don't touch. Don't touch this. Does his big brother say that? Like, don't touch my stuff? And the answer was you like April. Oh, venue. So the venue, does that mean it's going to be small or large? I got married on a Tuesday. Oh, Big Brother does. Big Brother says, "Don't touch this." I thought maybe. Clinton, get your toddlery hands off my stuff. Baby Q's touching my stuff again, Mom. So since you were a little surprised, can I ask, did his oh, see? Okay. Pixie loves her husband and they got married on a Thursday. That's a good omen. Small woodsy. Were his homeboys and like his brothers, were they surprised? Or were they like in on the shopping? Most times I would think not, but you know me, I have a very Hispanic family, and uh, they're a little more involved with each other's stuff as foods than average. I mean, maybe I'm stereotyping my own culture, but like I've never heard anybody else be like, took my best friend and my cousin and my future brother-in-law ring shopping outside of my like family or friend group. Robert, okay. Oh, that is sweet. See, this is why in all of those readings it was so interesting, right? Because even though there was definitely a lot of like angry and sort of angsty stuff going on between the two of you, it still always said he loved you, even when you thought he was sneaky about things. He was sneaky about things because he loved you and didn't want to either both hurt you or lose you because of being stupid. And so there it is. So, okay, I don't know the theater that he knelt in the street in front of. So was it like, is it a movie theater? Had you gone to the movies? What's the story, Morning Glory? We're all old ladies. Like, we want to hear the story of the youthful. Tell us a story that has some optimism in it.
Did your microphone roll over again? Because you sound slightly muffled.
Nope.
Okay.
Am I still slightly muffled?
Nope.
Don't know what to do
Yeah,
because
I think you're fine.
I didn't even move. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
walking around town, and there's a theater where they do plays and stuff. He proposed there. It's really pretty. That's cool. And did the babies get to be there or not be there? Either way, it'd be neat, right? Because when you're parents of a bunch of kids, It's either neat because, oh, the kids are participating, or neat because, oh, we have a little time off from the kids. Alexa knew. That's nice. They were all there. Aw. Well, that's nice. That's nice for showing, like, young men a little bit of the schmoop. It's like a jewelry commercial. That's adorable. That's awesome. That's awesome. I take it also because he was able to go to Neil Lane, that since he finished that school program, he got a job. Because see, I got a job, so I was like out of the loop of everything forever. My disabled ass has already lost that job, but my disabled ass did way better than I thought it would do for longer than I thought it would. So I'm not trying to be too mean to it. Except for it is fat. Joe pled the fifth, if it just with his silence right then. I did see your text too, where you were asking about that company. And I didn't answer that day because, okay, I'll be around here a lot more trying to like make some of this take off a little more with a little more effort. Likewise, I'm assuming you're still with the doggies and kitties, so love you and love to the doggies and kitties. And congratulations to you and Alex. Let him know we say congratulations. Okay. Engaged girl. How do the kids do it? They do a heart like this, right? Or they do like the pinky and the something. I don't ever know. Yeah, maybe. Well, that's exciting. You like people had an exciting holiday season, it seems like. We turn the heat on, but it's too much. don't you dare get all sassy in my private messages and not be ballsy enough to talk in public. Oh,
I'm a big fan of that ass, so don't you be mean to it.
never challenge a Virgo. You're gonna lose if you challenge a Virgo. The Virgo's a big fan of that ass. Never challenge a Virgo. I had Jupiter here for the reading.
Oh, nice.
He's so heavy, like a bowling ball. And I had the one that's like a mix. I never can remember what the second one is because it's so interesting. But it's like citrine and like peach moonstone or something.
It's a really nice shape.
Oh yeah, these are the flames. Like right, like when I was stupidly spending way too much money, Sage Goddess. But
They
the
look a little
flames,
bit like those flint axes that cavemen used to use.
a little bit, yeah. But they're supposed to be flame shaped, right? And this is just in nature, but you know, we all know this is one of my favorite babies.
It's a lovely color. What type of stone is that?
This is fluorite. It's blue and green fluorite. And
Yeah,
where's this
I
other
could
part?
see
So
the
I can show
green
you.
in this light at least.
Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah.
And the blue is like turquoisey where it's blue. And then actually the parts where it looks a little bit like um, sort of clouded
Mm-hmm.
on the inside, that's moonstone on the inside. So when you hit it with like a black light, the moonstone portions blow out from the center.
Wow.
This was one of the crazy ones where, you know, I had a lot of different things delivered over the time where I was buying them. But like this one for me, when the I felt it, like I was like, oh my gosh, my fluorite is here, and somebody made fun of me, and I was like, I bet you the mail truck's outside, and it was. And then they were like, okay, well, you saw the mail truck. I was like, I didn't, but um, regardless, I still think my fluorite's there, and then it was. So
Does it have any sort of physiological effect on you?
yeah, I mean, I purchased it because I thought for me anyway, it would be good, like as they say, good medicine, right? That's the hippie way of saying it makes me feel better, or, you know. And it was interesting because there's all these different things listed for various health reasons, you know, like this Sugalite, right? This is supposed to be super duper for pain, you know.
Right.
Um, and that, you know, that all that stuff happened in the East, you know, where um, these things were far more used anyway. And then someone contended that it didn't just help, but it cured cancer. And so then there was like a huge rush on Sugarlight, and the price went up, like skyrocketed. I'm excited, Pix. Um, I'd go get it now, but it's my tall husband has a mail filing shelf, and it's up on, like, for him it's just like bloop, but for me I would need a step stool, but it's in a place in the garage where I can't get a step stool, so I'm like a little kid, like I need to wait for my dad to get it off the shelf. I just would open it now. Pretty, pretty, pretty.
It's a cube. It's a very pretty cube.
Yep. It's golden obsidian, actually. So it has you can see the golden obsidian, right? And then the regular black obsidian. And so they call it a healer cube. I thought it was really cool. Especially because it was a parody of Stranger Things, but with smoking things. What did she think? I bet she loved it because, I mean, not only, does she have a mother-in-law cool enough to be like sort of chill about certain things, she got like custom items that people would go to like Hot Topic or somewhere and pay a lot of ass money for and not get nearly so many pieces in that set, and no one has thought of it doing that yet either. So she has a really unique, like almost like collector's thing. Let's see if I can send it to Joe. Hold on. Here it is. Okay, I was like, oh no, I lost it. No, I didn't. I found it. I speak 6 languages. There we go. I think I have.
Oh, that's pretty.
Isn't that cool? Stranger Things, but a weed tray and a weed container and an ashtray and a roller for rolling the just plain tobacco cigarettes. Right. Wink. There's a whole, okay, there it is. I was like, there's a whole ass deck missing. I haven't ever stopped and watched like a whole episode, but through YouTube, I've managed now to watch a bunch of Yellowstone because you were talking about it a long time ago, Pix. And like I said, like I've watched, I've pieced it together on YouTube, but like, oh man, I get why between like 1883 and Yellowstone you would be super into that stuff. Okay, guys, this one's for me. like that answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I need to be more specific. Okay, yay! I was less specific and I liked my answer that time. So Joe, you will come and stay for some of 2023.
That's the plan.
Well, you say that as if I'm in on the plan. Okay, so the ones that have fallen fairly so far. Okay, but in town.
Pardon me?
Drop too many. I said in town. Not in house.
That show we were talking about with Kevin Costner, what is it called?
That's what I was just talking to Pixie about.
Oh,
Yellowstone.
it was the same show. Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Okay, your wife's not going to come this year.
No,
Why did you say no?
because she says she's more committed to Canada. She wants to go to Canada.
But didn't you tell me today of your own volition that she said she was going to just probably come here?
Yeah, I mean, she wants to end up there. That's her end goal.
Oh, I thought her end goal was Canada with a cousin.
No. She's just she's just going to visit her for I think a week or two.
Yeah, but if your wife doesn't come visit first, how will she know she wants to stay here for?
Well, she didn't tell me her entire plan, but you know, I think I think she's fairly comfortable from what I've described. You know, but of course, it'll make sense for her to experience it herself, especially uh,
If the kiddo.
in the yeah.
Not only, can you believe it? Not only will Joe come, but this time he'll bring his wife and child. That's exciting. The boy looks just like him. He's the cutest. Well, okay, he looks like him. He favors his mama. He does still look somewhat like Joe. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. I have to kill the stream because I just realized I'm gonna run out of StreamYard space. And I've been useless for the last hour anyway. Other than I guess we get to talk about the house a little bit. Okay, so everybody, thank you so much for coming for the reading. We really appreciate your support. We really hope you come back. We're going to try and be streaming way more frequently. We'll try and get more content out to hopefully draw in more people to the community and to keep me from starving my family. So thank you once more for the support that you offer this channel, and can't wait to get my present off the big boy shelf tomorrow, and I'll talk to everybody soon. Does that sound okay, Joe?
What?
Does that sound okay?
It does.
Were you able to hear? Oh, so Pixit will, it's going to play. It's going to post to YouTube. But I'll send you the link once it processes. I'll figure out like the start and stop time and send it to you. I probably won't crop it, but you know, she can just move it ahead and skip to that hour or whatever. I know it was over an hour just because I asked people to let me know and they did. But I don't know the timestamps, so I'll go back through and mark those. I wish I could just crop like the last hour or two off because there weren't any readings, right? And then it doesn't take up as much space. Maybe I can't, we'll see. But regardless, I will post everything and I'll send you a link. What are you laughing at, woman?
She's laughing at you being a silly goose for the last hour.
Yeah, I have been a silly goose.
Say again?
I have been a silly goose. So anyway, thank you for your support. I will be posting more soon. I will be. Oh, here's a question, Pix, because you're one of the OGs here. If I'm gonna start doing like pre-recorded pick a card readings. Are there any topics that you are particularly interested in? Like when people do pick a card readings, are there any that you are like, oh, I'm gonna watch that one because it's about whatever? Do you have like a request or something you would recommend as a like if I did 3 or 4 piles? Oh, you're laughing at my whispering. Yeah, okay. I understand that. There must be a really long lag, huh? So, um any pick a card requests? I wonder if it's really that laggy.
I don't know because I mean I am not getting any lag, but because I'm on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, okay. It's like right where it is. Okay, that sounds great, Pix. I would love that. Still, we would love it if you would come socialize with us at Literotica sometime too. You and Mr. Dust, or just like if you want to have a girls' night. Like, I'm not like saying, hey, come and swing with us. I'm just saying, let's hang out, because the internet, like, it would be like our club, in our clubhouse where we could hang out. But anyway, yes, please think about that. And okay, really quick, hold on. I've got somebody talking to me about your inflatable. Are you doing a Valentine's party? Or is there a place that usually does one, like the local YMCA, like has a Valentine's party for kids where like the parents can, it's like it's somewhere where on Valentine's day or evening, someplace where it's like, hey, you can drop off your kids and we'll have a little Valentine party so you can take your spouse to dinner. Whatever that is, whatever that is, whatever this thing is where they like have, it's almost like a Mother's and Father's Day out, but at nighttime, so that they can go out on Valentine's Day. Now I want to know what day of the week that is this year. It's a Tuesday. So there's some place that's going to have that. Because I see it, like they always use imagery that I know, right? So there was this thing at a dojo where I was sort of forced to take karate when I was a certain age. And my brother went there too. My dad took classes there. And they would do stuff like that on certain holidays, you know, like New Year's Eve or Valentine's Day or whatever, so that, you know, first of all, they could make money, you know, because they had a space. And the parents would come and drop off the kids at like, I don't know, 6 or 6:30 or something, and then come back by 10 or 10:30. And so anyway, the reason I'm asking is right before, like I was ready to reach and hang up, but they were talking about your bouncy house being something that people would pay to rent on Valentine's Day. So I don't know, like you say, there's something at the library, or if there is, if you have a YMCA. I mean, I didn't take karate at the YMCA, so I'm not sure why I keep saying YMCA, but because it looks like a building where you could put it inside that has a big enough space, like a gymnasium or something. So maybe a school is doing that. But like, keep your ear to the wall and try and figure out, or like Google, you know, HOMER, you know, V-Day celebrations or something. Now I want to, because they're saying your rentable could be rentable. Okay, I'm going to hang up now because I'm rambling, but hopefully we'll figure out what that is.
Thank you so much for coming to my ASMR channel. I really appreciate everyone coming by with the whispers and the tingles and the wishing you all love and light and until next time.